the United States could, plan to do good things for the planet, whereas the group who assassinated him had this long-term plan to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And they operate very high-level hit squads, and my sources, in the CIA tell me this was another hit. And if the story they're putting out that he shot himself in front of the police is true, then they got to release that video. Otherwise, I won't believe it. And now we have to get to the real issue here, which is, who are these real controllers? Everyone knows that this fake President Trump is reading scripts handed to him. So who are these people? Well, I'll tell you who they are. When I was first contacted by Asian secret societies with their hundreds of thousands of assassins, and I gave them a list of all the members of the Bilderberg, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and said this is the problem. They sent Leo Zagami over as their representative to negotiate. And then I went to Italy to meet the heads of this, what I call the Khazarian Mafia. And the person he took me to was Vincenzo Mazzara of the Black Sun Group, a so-called cavalier of the Teutonic Knights. And these people were in contact with me this week. They said they wanted to arrange a meeting with Xi Jinping, and they basically threatened all-out nuclear war unless Mazzara was made dictator of the planet Earth. I got this directly from these people. We were communicating via Telegram, and nobody wants this, Black Sun worshipping, but they say they're going to keep causing trouble until they get their way. And this is what is behind this news. First, listen to Scott Ritter.
Look, we need to start from some foundational points. One, Iran won this war. The United States did not win this war. That means that the United States is not in a position to dictate terms. The Iranians, working together with Pakistani intermediaries and others, are working to achieve a meaningful cessation of hostilities that can lead to long-term, peaceful coexistence.
So, Scott Ritter is quite right. Iran did win the war. And the reason Mazzara and his people contacted me is because the United States suffered its largest naval defeat since World War II. This news was immediately scrubbed from the internet, but there could be no doubt. Iran simultaneously sank 18 U.S. warships, including a carrier, the Lincoln, which should be repaired and sent back into action, and lost 6,000 sailors. Another 12,000 U.S. troops surrendered. And also, Israel was hit with 2,000 missiles and is also trying to negotiate a surrender because the U.S. military refused to mobilize to fight on behalf of Israel. And the reason is that the sane people in the U.S. military and industrial establishment and the intelligence agencies know that, listen to Larry Johnson talk about what Iran has to say, and J.D. Vance.
Well, I got this information from someone who's connected to the vice president. And this person wrote me and said, Vance had a deal on Friday, I'm reading now, that included sanctions relief, unfrozen assets, toll fees, recognized in exchange for permanent cessation of hostilities, plus enrichment limits under IAEA supervision. And Trump blew it up. He instead came up with let's do the blockade as the alternative.
So sane minds like J.D. Vance and we want peace. The Iranians are proposing to replace the satanic multi-ethnic state of Judea. and that they would live in peace with their neighbors, not cause eternal wars and turmoil and trouble, which is what they're doing now. They are the main source of world terrorism. And everybody knows this now. The whole world is sick and tired of it. And yet, even though J.D. Vance reached a peace deal with the Iranians, and they got their Trump to say, no, we're going to have to completely blockade them, and that led to the destruction of that task force. And he has to be removed, but we have to understand that we have to go after these Italian whack jobs who are controlling them. This is the Black Sun organization, Vincenzo Mazzara and his other people, and we have their names and addresses, and it's time to get to the heart of the problem. We have to go after these secret controllers, not just the puppets we're seeing on our TV screens, because enough is enough. The world wants to live peacefully and as friendly neighbors and work together for projects that we all agree upon, like stopping environmental destruction, ending poverty, and turning this world into a paradise, not a dictatorship, or even worse. There is a group that is actively working for a rogue AI, and they want to replace us with robots. That's the people who want to decarbonize. We're carbon-based life. They want to replace it with silicon-based life. And it's getting to the point where we soon will not be able to distinguish robots from human beings. And they will be controlled by these vast data centers that they're rapidly building everywhere with artificial intelligence. Take a look at this film of how robots are advancing. The Chinese are saying in a couple of years we won't be able to tell the difference. So this is a moment of decision. We have to decide to fight for humanity, and we have to remove this satanic force that has been infiltrating the West for millennia. And, we're really close to final victory for the human race. Let me just check my notes to see if there's anything else I need to say here. Well, yeah, there's some news. Japan has just sold all their U.S. treasuries. I bet you didn't see that anywhere because they're faking the market. It's all an illusion at this point. Their magic money printing machine is not working. And because they lost the war in the Middle East, and because the Iranians are actively moving in, they no longer have the control of the Middle Eastern oil money. So that really was a nail in their coffin. And there is a plan to, set good government in the West, which would start with a Jubilee. That would be a cancellation of all debt, public and private, and then set up a future planning agency for the West to ask people what kind of world they want to live in, what kind of future they want, how can we get there, and hire the smartest people on earth to try to make it happen in a realistic way. Not some group of people building giant data centers to replace us with robots, or send us and enslave the rest, which they say openly. Trump, or the fake Trump, is a member of Chabad, and Chabad says openly, they've been saying it for years, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And if you listen to the Iranians, they're saying, hey, we're not fighting against Americans, we're not fighting against Jews, we're fighting against the Epstein class, the people who torture and murder. And it's got to get kinetic. We're going to have to physically remove these people. They're not going to step aside quietly. And we need to start by replacing that fake Trump who replaced the good Trump, the real Trump, in June of 2025. He has to be removed, and J.D. Vance has to be made in president, and he has to start arresting the Epstein criminals. And then we can start. And it's long overdue. But I guarantee you that no matter what they do, these people have lost. The whole world is onto them now, and so is the vast majority of the Western people. So the days when they could keep in power by pinpoint assassinating the top leaders and blackmailing the rest are over. They cannot assassinate their way out of this one. And so their only choice is to surrender and hope for truth and reconciliation. That's the only bet they have. But we're gonna finish this, and the sooner we do it, the better. We have no other choice. We have to defend ourselves. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. Similar to your other readers, I'm very glad that the KM is now defeated and the East-West deal has been made, as you wrote in the last weekly report. I expect humanity's major crisis is now broadly averted. As a new era of humanity has started, can we expect no catastrophic events such as total collapse of the world economy? Although some economic troubles might remain, such as high energy prices due to production caused by the Middle East war, many countries will therefore experience significant consumer price increases. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the fact is there's plenty of energy, and when this is over, the idea of energy being expensive will end, and a lot of the hidden technology will be released. But as far as catastrophic events are concerned, it isn't quite over yet. I mean, agreement was reached with the British Commonwealth, the MI6, and the Europeans and NATO, but the group behind the fake Donald Trump and these Black Sun people are still going to try to cause a starvation crisis, and they tried to get Trump to start a nuclear war. He asked the U.S. military for the nuclear code so he could nuke Iran, and the U.S. military sensibly said no. So hopefully, we will be able to finish this, but until you see the removal of that fake Trump and the replacement of Keir Starmer in the UK, it's not quite over. Although agreement in principle has been reached, and when that happens, the era of artificial shortages will end, and everybody will be able to live like a millionaire. And this is not a pipe dream. This can be realistically done. All you need is competent economic management, which is what the West does not have now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Ben, Iran just closed the Strait of Hormuz as of last Friday. I'm not sure if it has been reopened yet. Do you know anything about this? And if it stays closed, what does that mean for the rest of the world currently?
Well, it's not closed. Okay, the Iranian oil ships are going through. The only thing it's closed for is about 800 ships controlled by the Israelis and by the U.S. Khazarian mafia. But, for example, here in Japan, the price of gasoline is the same as it was before the war. So it's only a crisis for the owners of the Federal Reserve Board, but the straits are open for business, and this blockade is fake news. The U.S. does not have the ability to do that, and so it's just a lie. So they're not closed, okay? That's the bottom line. Except for criminals, they can't get through. But Israel is surrendering, so hopefully it will be replaced by the state of Judea, and then all those ships will be able to go through. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you truly believe that China has removed their facial recognition cameras? I have difficulty in believing that because I thought China was a communist country. Is it possible they have only removed the cameras because they can now track people by other means?
Well, first of all, if you have one of these, this is a listening device with a GPS that tracks you all the time and listens to you all the time. So it's not just for China, but what I heard was that the U.S. was able to kill a large part of the Iranian leadership by following their movements through the street cameras and figuring out where they were hanging out. And the Chinese realized that they were also being tracked by these cameras, that they'd be somehow being hacked, and that's the reason why they removed them. Not out of any, sudden wish to protect people's privacy, which, doesn't exist in China. But nonetheless, they have also realized that this whole system of social points and constant tracking was not what Chinese civilization is about. They're much more into harmony than control. But this information was given to me by Richard Koshimizu of the Japan Independence Party, and I'll try to get further confirmation. But it is what I heard. They removed the cameras. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. I heard that Guantanamo is building more cells. Is that true? And if so, do you know anything about it? And maybe you could let us know who's there doing that.
Well, the last time I checked on Google Earth, there was huge amounts of facilities being built there. I haven't checked for a while, but I'll ask around. But the thing is, we don't want to have secret trials that you read about from a single source like Real Raw News that is highly suspect. We want this to be public and everybody on Earth can see it, like the Nuremberg tribunals. So, the days of supposedly secret trials in Guantanamo's end. We must have public trials for everybody to see. We need to see people like Jared Kushner put in handcuffs and arrested in front of the cameras and face justice. Same with all these Epstein criminals. Enough is enough. So it shouldn't be Guantanamo. It should be prisons inside the U.S.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. The emergency broadcast system was set to activate at any time with an address by President Trump over cell phones worldwide. It will be followed by worldwide rolling blackouts and 3 to 10 days of communication darkness while documentaries are shown over the new Starlink satellite system. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, will soon activate worldwide. It is advised to stock up on food, cash and essentials in preparation for an estimated 3 to 10 days of rolling, temporary worldwide blackouts. Rolling blackouts across the world were necessary for military operations as Trump's global military alliance did their final takedown and arrest of the Satan-worshipping, child-sacrificing treasonous deep state cabal, who had military tribunals awaiting them. The planned global blackout will shut down all communications, including phones, TV, radio and the Internet. During a limited time, planes and trains could be grounded. Banks and ATMs will be closed. Credit and debit cards won't work. Phones will only work for 911 calls, though the military will hand out phone apps so your phone will work on the new Starlink satellite system. The military will also hand out food for those who need it. Trump and JFK Jr. have returned to lead this transition that liberates humanity from decades of satanic, financial and technological enslavement. The new Starlink satellite system will take over mass media to deliver undeniable truth broadcasts exposing treason and crimes against humanity. The new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, will combine with NISRA/JAZARA laws to replace the corrupt central banking system. A long-planned global currency reset of 209 nations from fiat currency to gold/asset-backed will return power, wealth and sovereignty back to the people. Temporary electrical grid glitches will introduce Tesla-free energy activation for all. This is not the end. This is a new beginning. After the 10 days of darkness, the world will never be the same. New republic, new economy, new legal system, new health system, new political system, new education system. Stay calm. Stay safe. Stock up on essentials. Trust the plan. The storm is here, but dawn is breaking. The golden age of freedom, prosperity and advanced technology is the start of the greatest comeback in human history. The Great Awakening is live. The golden age is dawning. WWG Wonga. Thursday, April 30, 2026. Breaking. Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. JAZARA unleashed. NISRA's revolutionary impact reshaping the nation. J.D. Vance, U.S. Vice President. The United States is on the brink of a historic global transformation. This profound shift goes beyond politics and finance to reshape society and governance at its core. The Supreme Court ruling on 2020 election fraud could dissolve the Biden administration and Congress, leading to martial law and new elections to restore constitutional integrity and deliver justice against the deep state. Political changes coincide with a financial revolution. RV liquidity release heralds the global currency reset under JAZARA and NISRA, overhauling world monetary systems for asset-backed prosperity. The quantum financial system replaces corrupt banks with secure networks protecting public wealth. Worldwide cyber attacks targeting U.S. Incorporated and Israel signal escalating tensions as part of the transition chaos. Pentagon corruption is being cleansed amid power struggles. The Treasury Secretary's presence in Reno advances the final phase of the financial reset. The Epstein Island visitor list exposes elite depravity and control networks. Events in Japan add to global uncertainty. Friday, May 8, 2026, banks receive new codes. NISRA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. Monday, May 11, 2026, the NISRA Jazara announcement is set for May 11. Sunday, May 17, 2026, new gold-backed currency launch. Twos. May 19, 2026, EBS activation may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. The financial overhaul begins with Level 4B notifications sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Saturday, May 30, 2026, full QFS integration completes. International partners including BRICS shift from the petrodollar to sovereign currencies. Geopolitical realignments and National Guard readiness indicate major changes. Quantum communications enhance security. This movement builds an equitable future impacting all lives for generations. A. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Evidently Trump welcomed a fake King Charles at the White House. The real king died on March 28, 2026. Full state ceremony, 21-gun salute, troop inspection and Oval Office meeting took place on April 27 to 28. Clear proof. Wider jaw, wrong ear shape and eye spacing, stiff mechanical walk, voice with digital markers. Trump knew about Charles' death from intelligence files, but continued the visit to lock in deals on borders and trade while collecting evidence. Deep state exposed. Trump in control. Military sources at Guantanamo Bay have confirmed that the deep state's cloning operations are finally coming to an end after years of deception. In late December 2025, a key German-born scientist named Harald Kraus was arrested by U.S. Special Forces. Kraus disclosed that deep state clones are engineered to mature rapidly but suffer from neural decay after just 3 years. Once their time is up, they are recalled via subdermal microchips implanted behind the ear, dissolved in acid at recycling centers, and swapped out for fresh copies. This explains the constant parade of body doubles and lookalikes we have witnessed among political elites. The researcher admitted to working at a Missouri facility and knew of at least a dozen other cloning labs across the United States. He confirmed multiple clones of figures like Joseph R. Biden had been deployed over the years. Military officials are now using this intelligence to dismantle the entire network. JFK Jr., Princess Diana, Michael Jackson and Elvis Presley were among hundreds living in the Victim Witness program who have vowed to go public after Trump's global military alliance finishes making mass arrests of the deep state globalist cabal. These famous people were forced into hiding after globalists made threats on their lives. These patriots have been supporting Trump's Q movement plan to save the world. The Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard just announced that during Biden's presidency he was never calling the shots. And neither was Kamala Harris. Who was? The warmongers, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan and the military-industrial complex. All Joe Biden was a figurehead they could control. In other words, they used the power of the Autopen to run a toppled government. Don't believe the US went to the moon and do believe they filmed the moon landing in the Nevada desert, plus an especially built plane hangar in Area 51. The man who did the filming confessed so before he passed away. Well, now the International Space Station has been found, in a high-rise building on Earth. The International Space Station on Google Maps uses these coordinates, 29 degrees 33'37.1 and 95 degrees 0507.4 all was believed to happen so NASA could collect billions from U.S. taxpayers over the years to use on who knows what, Nizar and Jazar on Telegram. The federal government hasn't had a balanced budget since 2001, over 25 years. The United States has run deficits in every fiscal year from 2002 through the present. Ron DeSantis, Florida governor. The Democrats are upset by the latest Supreme Court decision that determined only American citizens can vote in an election. They went to so much trouble and laundered so much U.S. taxpayer money to bring illegal immigrants into the country. Now all that work, stealing tax funds and cheating has been in vain. Guess they'll just have to dry their tears in Gitmo. Democrats are also furious after President Trump overnight endorsed renaming ICE to NICE, National Immigration and Customs Enforcement, thereby forcing the fake news to say NICE agents all day. Trump's gonna drive them crazy before he's finished. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, Thursday, April 30, 2026. EBS alert, Trump is ready. Patriots are ready, and nothing can stop what is coming. It's only wise to have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine and essential items on hand for yourself, family and to share with others in case of an emergency. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. See possible timing. Judy note, below are different timelines. No one knows the exact date of EBS activation and Tier 4B notification. From J.D. Vance, U.S. Vice President, Friday, May 8, 2026, banks receive new codes. NISRA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. Monday, May 11, 2026, the NISRA Jazara announcement. Sunday, May 17, 2026, new gold-backed currency launch. Twos. May 19, 2026, EBS activation may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. The financial overhaul begins with Level 4B notifications sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Saturday, May 30, 2026, full QFS integration completes. May 1, EBS activation. Presidential address. Not through CNN. Not through Fox. Directly to every citizen. Unfiltered. Unedited. No media spin. May 1, QFS goes fully operational. Quantum financial system. Gold-backed. Blockchain secured. Every corrupt transaction from the old SWIFT system, flagged. Every stolen dollar, traced. Every dirty politician's offshore account, frozen. They told you crypto was the future. They lied. QFS is the future. And it's already loaded. Tier 4B notifications are going out right now. Check your email. Check your bank portal. The 800 numbers are being distributed through secure channels as we speak. Global currency reset, Friday, May 1, EBS activation and presidential address. QFS goes fully operational. Quantum financial system. Gold-backed. Blockchain secured. Every corrupt transaction from the old SWIFT system, flagged. Every stolen dollar, traced. Every dirty politician's offshore account, frozen. Thursday, April 30, 2026. Bruce, the big call. On Friday, May 1, 2026, the QFS system is to be fully integrated with our quantum accounts. A high source said that sometime between Monday 4th of May and Wednesday 6th of May Tier 4B should receive the 800 numbers to set exchange/redemption appointments. The new currency rates were set to be on the Forex by Sunday, May 3, 2026. Thursday, April 30, 2026 exchange/redemption appointments, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Bond teams are still pushing payouts. First wave transfer notes were confirmed this AM. Paymasters have clear marching orders. All first-round accounts had to be settled by last Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Private notifications start rolling out this afternoon, so watch your email or SMS for an appointment code. No code, no slot, guard it like cash. What happens next? Day 0, SafeLink drop released 24 hours before the first in-person sessions. Open it only from your own device. Day 1, appointments for 100T, 300T holders, ID check, digital credit to your accounts, no physical cash, quick tax framework briefing. Day 2, large holdings, 400T plus, same steps, but with extra time for project networking and escrow options. Day 3 and beyond, return negotiations and higher caps come back with full documentation if you're aiming above the initial limits. Current numbers, April 13, 2026, no projects $15 million total, no matter how many notes you hold, with projects first 2 bond notes at 1-to-1, every note after that at $25 million per 100T, up to 30 notes. More than 30 notes. Schedule a follow-up visit with full paperwork. Rates are still pegged extremely high, but expect minor tweaks right up to the moment funds post. Security snapshot. All obstruction attempts have been neutralized. Monitoring teams report 0 threats to the system. Keep things quiet, don't broadcast your numbers and never forward official emails. Appointment checklist. Bring any trusted advisor, banker, or friend who keeps you sharp. Prepare a 2-page project overview, scope, budget, impact. Set up multiple bank accounts in advance if you want fast diversification. Rest up, a clear mind makes better calls. Everything is moving on schedule, the finish line is in sight. Follow the instructions, stay focused, and be ready when the phone rings. Guru Information and Intel, Thursday, April 30, 2026, 5G plus HAARP plus data centers equals the new world order's total mind control grid, 107 on Telegram. The frantic rush to blanket the planet in 5G towers, activate HAARP arrays, and construct massive data centers everywhere is the final piece of the global control system. Everything is connected. The timeline is speeding up on purpose. 5G is a weaponized frequency blanket. Millimeter waves that pierce your skin, interact with your biology, and turn every human into a walking antenna. Perfect for non-stop data harvesting and behavioral control. They demanded total coverage, cities, countryside, even remote forests. HAARP and its worldwide copies are ionospheric heaters that bounce 5G signals across the globe, manipulate weather, trigger disasters, and most critically, modulate human brain waves on a mass scale. ELF and VLF frequencies to make populations anxious, passive, aggressive, or obedient at will. Decades of testing, now paired with the perfect delivery network. The data centers. These are not innocent cloud storage. They are the AI hive mind brains sucking up every scrap from the 5G surveillance web. Your location, biometrics, thoughts via social patterns, purchases, and soon direct neural links. Billions poured in at emergency speed with special energy deals while they lecture you about carbon footprints. Why the insane rush right now? They know the old internet is collapsing. They need the full panopticon live before the next engineered crisis, whether solar flare, economic meltdown, or pandemic 2.0. Once the grid fully sinks, 5G towers feeding HAARP-modified signals processed instantly by godlike AI and fortified data centers, they achieve total predictive control. Every person scored, influenced, or removed from the system. This is the smart grid on steroids. The digital prison. The neural control layer. The nervous system of the Great Reset. Check the maps. The biggest data centers, 5G rollout zones, and HAARP successors overlap perfectly. No coincidences. They are not hiding it anymore because they believe you are too distracted to see it. The towers. The arrays. The vaults. All linking up. Question every infrastructure upgrade. They are building your cage and calling it progress. Thursday, April 30, 2026. Gitmo News, Deep State clones end after 3 years. Cloning researchers tell military, doppelgangers/clones revealed, Liz Cheney hanged, U.S. Department of Labor on Telegram. In a stunning revelation that is sending shockwaves through the patriot community, military sources at Guantanamo Bay have confirmed that the deep state's cloning operations are finally coming to an end after years of deception. Cloning researchers captured by white hat forces have spilled the beans to interrogators, exposing how these doppelgangers only last 3 years before they must be recycled and replaced. According to insiders close to General Eric M. Smith's office, in late December 2025 a key German-born scientist named Harold Krauss was arrested by U.S. Special Forces. He was subjected to intensive questioning at a secure location. Initially resistant, Krauss eventually broke down under strategic pressure involving his family's safety, revealing critical details about the sinister cloning program. Krauss disclosed that deep state clones are engineered to mature rapidly but suffer from neural decay after just 3 years. Once their time is up, they are recalled via subdermal microchips implanted behind the ear, dissolved in acid at recycling centers, and swapped out for fresh copies. This explains the constant parade of body doubles and lookalikes we have witnessed among political elites. The researcher admitted to working at a Missouri facility and knew of at least a dozen other cloning labs across the United States. He confirmed multiple clones of figures like Joseph R. Biden had been deployed over the years. Military officials are now using this intelligence to dismantle the entire network. This bombshell comes as white hats continue their relentless pursuit of justice at Gitmo. In related tribunal news, the notorious Liz Cheney was found guilty of treason and hanged following a military trial. The former congresswoman, consumed by hatred for President Trump and the Constitution, was exposed for orchestrating election fraud and vowing revenge over her father Dick Cheney's earlier execution for his role in past atrocities. Admiral Darcy Crandall presided over the proceedings where witnesses detailed Cheney's vendetta. Her bitter rage against Trump and the military for holding her family accountable sealed her fate. With her removal, another piece of the corrupt deep state puzzle falls away. Patriots, this is monumental progress. The exposure of these clone operations means the globalists' house of cards is collapsing. No longer can they hide behind manufactured doubles while the real monsters pull strings from the shadows. The white hats are in full control, and more high-profile takedowns are imminent as the Great Awakening accelerates. Sources indicate that as these revelations spread, panic is setting in among remaining deep state operatives. Tim Russ, the Star Trek actor, has reportedly been used as a stand-in for Barack Obama in public appearances, further proving how deep the deception runs. But their time is over. The military alliance is closing in, ensuring that true justice will prevail and America will be restored to its rightful glory under leaders who serve the people. Stay vigilant, stay informed. The storm is here, and victory is near for all who stand with the light. Quanons know the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. More Gitmo news to follow as tribunals ramp up in the coming weeks. Now, New Mexico authorities have launched a full investigation in 2026, the first real probe since the suicide, fueled by fresh FBI file drops. Stansberry is on a mission. I intend to make Epstein files into Epstein trials. This isn't ancient history. These are new details about a place where the worst accusations, trafficking, rape, forced pregnancies, and possible murder, allegedly unfolded in plain sight. The elite's favorite predator may be gone, allegedly, but the ranch's secrets are finally crawling into the light. Will we finally get justice, or will it get buried? People deserve the truth. Thursday, April 30, 2026. Pizzagate detonated. Secret underground tunnel network exposes ritual horrors linked to Podesta, Clintons and Elephant Eyes. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. A covert tunnel system beneath Washington, D.C. ties directly to properties linked to Podesta, the Clintons, and Elephant Eyes. Equipped with lasers and sensors, this shadow network reopens the darkest questions of Pizzagate with shocking new detail. Beneath the ceremonial facades of Washington, D.C. in 2026, independent investigators have unearthed a sprawling underground tunnel system. This network links directly to properties associated with the infamous Pizzagate figures. These are sophisticated corridors protected by lasers and sensors, not mere maintenance tunnels. The implications are profound for understanding the hidden operations of the elite. This subterranean kingdom sits below the visible power structures, potentially enabling activities long suspected in truth movements. Investigations reveal hallways with infrared beams, detection panels, and passageways built for secret movement. The military-grade technology underscores a level of control meant to hide important secrets from the public eye. Central to the network are John Podesta, whose emails introduce spirit cooking to the world, the Clintons with their history of questionable global engagements possibly tied to trafficking, and James Elephant Eyes, the pizza shop owner at the Storm Center. Property records solidify these connections, returning again and again to the same circle of influence and corruption. This finding shatters previous debunking of Pizzagate. The tunnels are physical reality, the links are documented, and the security systems are advanced. Skeptics must now confront the infrastructure that validates many concerns. Questions remain about how long this shadow network has existed beneath the Capitol. As information spreads in independent circles, the demand for answers grows louder amid official silence. The discovery thins the line between dismissed conspiracy and hidden truth. It stands as potential evidence of ritual horrors and elite depravity that patriots and Q researchers have highlighted for years. What lies beneath is a real system pulsing with the weight of untold stories. The tunnels force a reckoning, confirming that Pizzagate may be far more real than many dared to believe, built into the very foundations of Washington, D.C. Thursday, April 30, 2026. Epstein Files bombshell, Ellen DeGeneres murdered Anne L. What we think we know as of Friday, May 1, 2026. Thursday, April 30, 2026. Federal agents are raiding the Quality Learning Center and 22 other businesses linked to Somali fraud in Minnesota. This on the heels of Dr. Fauci's top aide being indicted for hiding gain-of-function research. Thursday, April 30, 2026, small black flies with a wicked bite are swarming areas of the San Gabriel Valley in California. They are attracted to your breath and the salty moisture of your eyes. They target the eyes. Thursday, April 30, 2026, Rep. Luna, the Butler assassination attempt against President Trump had all the trademarks of an inside job by the intelligence community, intentional negligence. Secret Service whistleblowers told me they were told to stand down, leaving open the perfect location to take the shot. Biden admin gave limited staff that day. We still don't have access to his burner phones. Thursday, April 30, 2026 on elections, Edward Snowden, they haven't just rigged elections in the United States. Compromised Smartmatic election machines were used to conduct successful elections in Haiti through the Clintons. There are over 100 plus countries with the same compromised-like tech and software. This was a global operation to enact regime changes around the world that are still very active today. Thursday, April 30, 2026, a Pacific Palisades fire victim named Sue Pasco started her own investigation after the $100 million in donation money from the Fire Aid concert went missing. She personally called all the NGOs to find out who they were giving the money to. Not a single NGO had given any money to actual fire victims of the Pacific Palisades and Altadena fires. Reminder: investigators were able to track roughly $75 million had been granted to 120 to 188 nonprofits. Not a dime went to victims directly. Gavin Newsom created a NGO and got some of the money. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Thursday, April 30, 2026, Fox News, Stephen Miller drops the single largest robbery in United States history. We believe that the GDDMN Ilhan Omar fraud operation in Minnesota is the single greatest theft of taxpayer dollars through welfare fraud in American history. We believe that we have only scratched the very top of the surface of how deep this goes. The total bill, the total tab for this, is going to be far beyond the numbers you've already seen reported. We believe the state government is fully complicit, and we believe that what we are going to uncover is going to shock the American people. Thursday, April 30, 2026, it's official, RFK Jr. shatters global order, U.S. completes WHO withdrawal with final message, we will never be ruled by them again. Thursday, April 30, 2026, birth certificate bombshell, birth certificate equals slave contract, the CUSP code scam exposed. Thursday, April 30, 2026, boom. Fedgate 2026, $1 trillion Fed scam exposed. Insider drops bombshell, Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Thursday, April 30, 2026, CIA confirmed, they weaponize weather to control the planet, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The CIA is openly admitting they weaponize the weather to dominate the entire world, and the smoking gun proof sits on their official government website right now for anyone brave enough to look. Official files. Declassified. No tinfoil required. Operation Popeye, U.S. military cloud-seeded Cambodia and Laos to extend the monsoon season by 30 to 45 days straight as a weapon of war. The 54th Weather Reconnaissance Squadron carried it out. LBJ personally ordered it just 18 months after he gave a major speech bragging about controlling the weather. Project Storm Fury, running since 1956, designed to control hurricanes and weaken severe weather at will. And now, 30 U.S. states have already passed or proposed laws to ban weather modification. Why the sudden rush to outlaw it if it is all just conspiracy theory? They have been doing this for decades. They perfected it. They use it daily. He who controls the weather, controls the world, LBJ, U.S. President, 1965, this is not sci-fi. This is happening. Your floods, your droughts, your unprecedented storms are all tools in their arsenal. The emergency broadcast system goes live on Thursday, May 30, 2026. Not a test. Not a drill. A full-scale presidential activation. Every screen. Every phone. Every signal goes dark, then one voice comes through. You were told this day would come. You were laughed at. Called crazy. Lost friends. Lost family. They said nothing is happening. Everything is happening. All at once. In the next 48 hours. Friday, May 1st, QFS goes fully operational. Quantum financial system. Gold-backed. Blockchain secured. Every corrupt transaction from the old SWIFT system, flagged. Every stolen dollar, traced. Every dirty politician's offshore account, frozen. They told you crypto was the future. They lied. Gold/asset-backed crypto on the QFS is the future. And it's already loaded. Tier 4B notifications are going out right now. Check your email. Check your bank portal. The 800 numbers are being distributed through secure channels as we speak. A man with a shotgun at the correspondents' dinner, 48 hours before the biggest broadcast in American history. Because they know what May 1st is. They couldn't stop it in Pennsylvania. Couldn't stop it in Palm Beach. Couldn't stop it Saturday. And they won't stop it Thursday. This is not a drill. This is the event. The one we've been waiting for. The one they said was a conspiracy. The one that's about to prove every single one of us right. After Thursday, the world will never look the same. B. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. On Tuesday, 28th of April, President Trump welcomed what was believed to be a fake King Charles, who died in March 2026, to the White House to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's so-called independence from Great Britain. The UK Crown, along with the Vatican, has been stealing U.S. taxpayer money since 1913, when the deep state cabal made sure the Constitution got changed and created their privately owned Federal Reserve and IRS. Trump just cut off the cabal's money laundering with the gold/asset-backed currency global currency reset and returned to concepts of the original Constitution in a restored republic, which was set to be announced on July 4, 2026. The deep state continues to be dismantled through a meticulously planned operation known as the movie, complete with hundreds of actors, body doubles and clones. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, spouse of JFK Jr., Restored Republic VP. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Benjamin Fulford, the actor who ended up playing Joe Biden's body double for nearly 2 years, will turn state's evidence to avoid jail time, according to sources close to the FBI's investigation. The suspect was hired to stand in one place for 10 minutes, said a special agent. That's how it began. Before he knew it, the subject was sitting behind the Resolute desk and taking calls from foreign leaders. A birthday party impressionist ended up the leader of the free world, if only for a few minutes here and there. Dozens of West Wing staffers were complicit in pulling off the ruse. The whole building had to be in on it. 3 days after an attempted assassination on President Trump, former FBI head James Comey. The charge came from the present FBI head Kash Patel. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025, the laundered U.S. taxpayer monies all going toward destroying America and implementing communism and Marxist ideologies. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Russian President Vladimir Putin has declassified Tartaria archives, unearthing a colossal empire that was systematically erased from global memory. Tartaria was the largest empire on Earth, spanning from the Urals to Alaska, New Earth to Tibet. Its people were spiritually advanced, morally grounded, and technologically ahead of their time. They lived by virtue, honor, and ancestral power. Blue-eyed, red-haired warriors who valued family, justice, and the sacred bloodline. It was erased from history because the people stood against the control systems of the Vatican, the Romanovs, the global banking dynasties, and the cabal that would later shape the West. See possible timing. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Alert: Quantum financial system is now live globally. This is not a test. The financial system we've all been waiting for is finally operational. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, is now active in over 200 countries. NISARA/JAZARA payments are being deposited as we speak. QFS payments are now claimable in your QFS NISARA/JAZARA account. Friday, May 1st, EBS activation. Presidential address. Not through CNN. Not through Fox. Directly to every citizen. Unfiltered. Unedited. No media spin. Friday, May 1st, QFS goes fully operational. Quantum financial system. Gold-backed. Blockchain secured. Every corrupt transaction from the old SWIFT system, flagged. Every stolen dollar, traced. Every dirty politician's offshore account, frozen. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, 1:07, shock tonight. Nation tremor, what happens next changes everything. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. The emergency broadcast system alert, everything is about to change. Official end of the old debt-ridden control system and start of the new system. On cell phones worldwide 7 trumpets will sound, alerting us to global martial law being declared and introducing EBS text messages and urging us to tune into our TV, radio and/or internet. A temporary global lockdown window will secure the broadcast phase. You will have 5 hours to get to a place of your choice where you will stay for 10 days. Worldwide on those TVs, radios and the internet on all channels and screens, one broadcast of the EBS will play 8-hour documentaries announcing Nizara/Jazara debt relief to peoples of the world. Exposing crimes of the cabal, military tribunals and confessions that play in rotation 3 times a day for 10 days to wake up the masses. During those 10 days across the globe, banks will be closed, ATMs and credit/debit cards will not work in preparation for migration into the new quantum financial system. Phones will only work for 911 calls, but the military will make available a Signal app which will secure regular cell phone use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the mass arrests. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. The quantum finance system would already be active in the background. Central banks will have been migrated, with ISO 20022 lived-out global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for a return to the people. After the 10 days the general public will be called into redemption centers to set up their personal wallets, bank accounts, with their accounts mirrored onto the new system, where all transactions would be traceable. E-Global Currency Reset Judy Note, with emergency broadcast system and quantum financial system activation on Friday 1st of May, the banks switching from the SWIFT system to the quantum financial system on Saturday 2nd of May and the bond people receiving access to their funds on Tuesday 5th of April, it is my opinion that Tier 4B will begin appointments by Tuesday 5th of April. Wednesday, April 28, 2026 marks, there were some bondholders had their appointments, know what is in their accounts and will receive access to those funds next Tuesday, April 5, 2026. Tuesday, April 28, 2026 Bruce, the big call, a bond paymaster said bondholders were to receive an email Thursday afternoon telling them what was in their account and telling them when they could access those funds. 800 numbers could be received by Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, on Thursday, April 30, 2026. Redemption Center leaders are going into work on Thursday 30th of April morning 2026. It was Bruce's opinion Tier 4B would start exchange appointments on Friday, May 1, 2026. Bruce feels we will get access to our new accounts on Friday, May 1, 2026. Wednesday, April 29, 2026 Redemption Center on Telegram, bond funds delivered to paymasters was coming in so fast everyone was as in awe from the amount. Private appointments are being made now. Get your plans/projects together and don't wait around for this to happen without being ready. No straight cash will be given at the Redemption Center. You are in charge of your funds and can place funds in different accounts. Advisors will be there to assist you with your funds and will help guide you in your projects or choosing one on the list. Everything is going well, still some that do not want this to happen, but all is safe. You can take to your appointment, advisors/bank contacts, if you have already spoken to a specific person, friend/any person/s you want to assist you. ZimCap information is changing daily, but as of now they are paying as follows: no projects equals 15 million no matter amount you might hold. With projects equals first 2 bond notes are 1-to-1 after this 25 million, per 100T, up to 30 bond notes. To negotiate further you will need to return. SafeLink will be released closer to go date. Rates are extremely high. We are almost at the end of the road. All intel is saying next week. Restored Republic, Wednesday, April 29, 2026 Executive branch equals military and president. Trump never seceded because they acknowledged him as commander-in-chief of the greatest military operation in the world, J.D. Vance on Telegram. They are taking down treasonous legislative and judicial officials who have infiltrated our government over the past several hundred years, and most recently since the CIA was founded in 1947. Kennedy and Reagan, Bush equals CIA director, Bush equals VP. Assassination, attempted association, Halliburton founder equals Lolo Sutara, Lolo equals Barry Sutara father, Hussein, Lolo equals best friends with Bush/Bin Laden. Lolo plus Dunham equals CIA ops. GWB plus BO equals friends since childhood. BO plus Michael LaVaughn Robinson, Michelle, equals CIA ops. How do you globalize the world, take over the Middle East and make yourself rich? War. 9/11 equals inside job. OSB equals pawn. OSB plus family equals safe with Bush family. Iran pulled him out and demanded $157 billion from Obama to not release the truth. Afghanistan shoots down SEAL chopper. SEALs Doherty and Woods killed in Benghazi. What did they know? Last witnesses. Trump elected, Russiagate, Stormy Daniels, taxes, racism, xenophobia, attack after attack. Why? Remove him at all costs to save yourselves. They caught them all. They have everything. Bottom line, NCSIC. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, Shockwave. U.S. military arrests top bankers in global raids, files expose 100 years of Rothschild and Rockefeller control, trillions seized, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. U.S. military forces launched sweeping raids in early April 2026, arresting dozens of senior bankers linked to the Rothschild and Rockefeller empires in operations spanning Manhattan, Washington, Europe, and offshore sites. Seized materials include servers and documents exposing a century of controlled wealth extraction from Americans. This marks a decisive strike against the long-standing banking cabal. The family's consolidated power via central banks, foundations, and ties to pharma and energy sectors through marriages and shared ventures. Their debt system directed worker earnings upward while suppressing wages and inflating costs. Uncovered records tie them to historical crises, from the 1913 Federal Reserve creation for endless debt, backing the opposing sides in past wars, Bretton Woods and petrodollar arrangements, to engineering the 2008 meltdown for consolidation and trillions in gains via quantitative easing. Recent intelligence shows continued ties to foreign proxies, market manipulation against defense, and support for policies on borders, climate, and health that benefit their interests. Connections to Epstein involve Ari and the Rothschild receiving advisory services for substantial fees. U.S. April raids built upon March French actions to uncover more. Following the 2024 election mandate, late 2025 plans for induced volatility aim to restart debt cycles. April raids intercepted this, securing assets like gold and crypto from years of rigging and profiteering. Over $17 trillion in household debt, eroded savings, and inaccessible housing stem from their engineered policies and crisis to extraction formula. Foundations shaped regulators to maintain the system. Ongoing efforts target additional figures as trillions in hidden assets are catalogued. These resources, derived from American productivity, will now support national recovery instead of elite agendas eroding sovereignty. With President Trump's authorization to protect the republic, the global financial elite has suffered a crippling loss. The era of debt slavery and dependency ends as military oversight exposes the networks and sovereignty is restored through monetary reform and reclaimed control. H-Guru Information and Intel Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Swana 7, Shock Tonight. Nation Tremor, what happens next changes everything. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. 107 unveils Trump's master plan, massive arrests loom, global election rigging exposed, and America's spiritual reawakening begins. 107 on Telegram. In an exclusive interview, Insider 107 joined Larry to break down the strategic moves by President Trump against the global cabal. Instead of chasing hourly headlines, 107 emphasized looking at the long-term plan where distractions are removed to safeguard key objectives. Trump's top priorities are securing honest elections and neutralizing threats that could undermine them. Major arrests are coming soon. John Brennan is anticipated as one of the first significant takedowns, followed by others including Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton could face justice in October. Details emerged on how the 2020 election theft involved global players. Testimonies from individuals previously based in Serbia reveal operations run from Venezuela that interfered in 71 countries, placing false leaders in power against the people's wishes. The recent ousting of Maduro in Venezuela led to joyous celebrations as citizens welcomed freedom from oppressive forces. In Iran, the population is thankful for interventions against a brutal regime. Trump is cutting funding to globalist programs like USAID and biased media early in his term. Iran's reach extends to Italy with its largest embassy, the Congo, where millions have perished, and South Africa with military ties. Shutting down Iranian propaganda hubs has already decreased fake news online. Spiritually, Trump calls for Americans to assemble in Washington, D.C. on May 17 to rededicate the nation to God, mirroring the Mayflower Compact. This begins a 49-day journey to the 4th of July, tying into Jubilee themes during America's 250th year for national restoration and renewal. Plans involve using Guantanamo Bay for traitors after stabilizing Cuba. Government will shrink by half, with the IRS shifting focus via tariffs. Efforts target unelected bureaucracies like Brussels. With evidence mounting from grand juries on past interferences and Biden-era irregularities, accountability is near. Patriots must prepare for serious challenges ahead by uniting in prayer and faith. Trump's actions methodically eliminate the cabal's tentacles to bring justice back to America. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, treason. Buried FBI files on Clinton Foundation reveal bribery allegations. Grassley pushes long-questioned 2016 case back into the spotlight. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, boom. Exposed, how the deep state shields Hillary Clinton. Secret Gitmo trials in the elite's desperate cover-up, U.S. Code 2071. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, Pizzagate detonated, secret underground tunnel network exposes ritual horrors linked to Podesta, Clintons and elephant ties. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, developing. White Hat raids in Ukraine and Delaware find another child trafficking network, evidence points to Hunter Biden and Zelensky, Trump revolution on Telegram. Delaware locations associated with Hunter Biden acted as entry hubs for trafficked children via Ukrainian channels. Seized records, payments, manifests, and communications center him in the operation. The network utilized diplomatic protections, NGO covers, and private jets to avoid detection. Teams recovered drives, ledgers, and witness statements outlining the path from conflict zones to elite clients. The ring connected to wider global systems supplying influential donors, business elites, and operatives controlling officials. Seizures confirm growth during the last administration's Ukraine engagements. Actions advance the America First agenda while President Trump exposes border crises and corruption. Delaware evidence links to Biden family compounds matching Hunter's travel. Reinforced Ukrainian sites held medical tools for victim prep. White Hats overcame embedded loyal units. Detainees disclose senior figures and money launderers using Hunter Biden-fronted contracts. Dozens of victims were extracted and evaluated for illegal efforts dismantling protections. Extravagant habits of key figures match illicit revenues. Synchronized hits saved crucial proof for cross-referencing data from both countries. Millions passed through Hunter Biden shells noted in aid documents. Trump's return opened doors for these operations on suppressed intelligence. Biden-Zelensky ties represented criminal use of U.S. power against American children. Evidence proceeds to tribunals. Deep state infrastructure built over decades now crumbles quickly under analysis of records and data. The enterprise ends now. Deep state panic rips Planned Parenthood leaders fleeing with assets. Trump freezes accounts and bans travel for principals. His judges accelerate prosecutions. The effort links to border security. Elites crave low birth rates and migrant floods to weaken America. Trump counters by sealing the border and safeguarding unborn citizens. Control returns to patriots. Raids revealed pricing software adjusting for lab demands, brains surging with grants. Babies became menu commodities. Trump pursues buyers too. Universities lose federal aid, drug companies get audited. Agents press on in facilities as lawyers file and wrong. President Trump terminates their enterprise. Clinic closures mean living American babies. Funding cuts cripple elites despising citizens. Oh, what we think we know as of Thursday, April 30, 2026. Twos. April 28, 2026, the deep state continues to be dismantled through a meticulously planned operation known as the movie. According to Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, wife of JFK Jr., Vice President of the Restored Republic. For instance, 3 days after an attempted assassination on President Trump, former FBI head James Comey received his second indictment. He posted his own photo of seashells arranged to spell 86, which means eliminate. Posted on Instagram. While smiling. The man who opened a fake investigation into a sitting president. The man who leaked classified memos to the press. The man who stood in front of cameras and lied to 330 million Americans about Russian collusion that never existed. Indicted, again, with likely more to come, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. It's worse than we thought. Now only was Gavin Newsom informed and personally told 4 years ago. But the increase in hospice fraud was estimated at 1,589%. They even gave Newsom a map, quote, 210 active hospice agencies located within 1 mile of each other on Van Nuys in Los Angeles County, Epstein files on Telegram. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. California auditors gave California Governor Newsom a map of 210 hospice centers within a mile of each other, and Newsom ignored it. RFK Jr. shut down 500 of them and not one called to ask why. This has been going on the entire time Newsom has been governor. The evidence is in. Charge Newsom. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. CNN disgraced FBI Director James Comey is officially under arrest, per CNN. He has surrendered himself at the federal courthouse in Alexandria, Virginia, and is now appearing in court. However, he'll have to travel to North Carolina to face a judge there, as that's where he's been charged with multiple felonies. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait, as soon as possible, as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do, President Donald J. Trump. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, they dumped 17,000 gallons of toxic lye into the ocean for climate change. Yes, really? Wednesday, April 29, 2026, new documents show the Chicago Teachers Union has a $173,000 recording studio 1,000 miles away in New Mexico. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, now we know why Biden and the entire DNC kept funneling our tax dollars to Ukraine. Zelensky's government conspired with Biden's U.S. insiders to launder $200 million in American taxpayer dollars straight into Joe Biden's campaign and the DNC through layered fake infrastructure schemes. Between the domestic weaponization of intelligence agencies against Donald Trump and outright foreign collusion to rig our elections, the treason just gets worse. This is raw election interference as your money was funneled back to rig the election against President Trump while Biden and his cohorts called all of you threats to democracy. So, was the Ukraine war a Democrat money laundering operation with our tax dollars the entire time? Wednesday, April 29, 2026. The list of high-ranking informants allegedly paid by the SPLC allegedly just aired on Fox and it's damning. Imperial Wizard of the United Clans of America, the chat group organizer of the Unite the Right rally, top fundraiser for the neo-Nazi National Alliance, National Socialist Movement, officer of the Aryan Nations affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Breaking, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has just released hundreds of bombshell Russiagate documents proving that Barack Obama personally ordered CIA agents to manufacture false intelligence on President Trump and was actively working with the enemy to undermine and erode Americans' confidence in our democracy and President Trump's landslide 2016 victory. This was a coup attempt by Barack Hussein Obama and his cronies. As Jesse Waters said, whatever happens to these guys is not revenge. It's accountability. And it's time for people to pay the price. Arrest Obama now, safeguard on Telegram. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, SCOTUS case over pesticides sets stage for fight with Maha moms. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, breaking special report, AG Todd Blanche confirms, grand jury indicts James Comey, faces up to 20 years in prison as arrest warrant issued in North Carolina, April 29, 2026. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. The dark money funding America's chaos with Soros, Rockefeller, Obama, Clinton's, USAID, SPLC, and other corrupt NGOs behind it all. Gitmo TV, Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025. $3+ billion combined annual revenues of around 500 left-wing activist groups, including socialist communist organizations coordinating major protests like the No Kings and other protests per year. Around $1.5+ billion annual revenue in spending by Arabella Advisors' dark money network, progressive advocacy, protests, activism per year. Hundreds of millions in cumulative grants from George Soros/Open Society foundations and Swiss billionaire Hans Jürg was to dozens of U.S. protest-linked groups, $293M plus from WIS, $72M plus from Soros to no Kings related orgs, multi-year but ongoing annual flow amounts. On top of all of this, one of the most concerning aspects is the amount of money dumped into swaying and fixing elections from these same billionaires and NGOs. This alone is a major part of these regime change operations being conducted on U.S. soil and around the globe. The follow the money trail leads straight to the usual suspects. Globalist billionaires and their corrupt NGO empire. This isn't isolated to campus protests. It's a global operation of radical left violence and societal breakdown that runs real operations and agendas to destroy America and any conservative movement globally. Violence mixed with propaganda and psychological operations are being funded by your own taxpayer dollars for your own demise. Domestic extremists/civil unrest advocates, $61 million, Arabella, $7,821,930, Buffett, $8,557,500, Ford, $10,110,825, Rockefeller, $9,819,959, Singham, $610,000, Soros, $5,755,308. Tides, $18,765,690, pro-Hamas/radical Islam, $98 million, Arabella, $3,253,604, Buffett, $12,025,074, Ford, $30,757,185, Foreign influence, $87,040, Rockefeller, $6,535,906, Soros, $33,307,474, Tides, $12,300,750. USAID supported independent media in over 30 countries, but the full harm to global media is hard to assess since organizations hesitate to speak out, fearing loss of funding or political attacks. Per a now offline 2023 fact sheet, it aided 6,200 journalists, 707 non-state outlets, and 279 media CSOs. The 2025 budget allocates $268,376,000 for independent media and free information flow. George Soros and his Open Society foundations have poured hundreds of millions more through dark money pipelines into groups like the Open Society, Tides, Indivisible, Jewish Voice for Peace, U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, and Education for Just Peace in the Middle East. These aren't peaceful protesters, they're paid organizers turning student activism into organized disruption, property damage, and chaos. Soros has admitted he wants to remake societies. And America's streets are his latest lab experiment. The Rockefeller Brothers Fund is right there with him, dumping over $500,000 into the same networks fueling these anti-Israel radicals. Old money meets new radicalism, funding the very groups turning college quads into battlegrounds. Obama and the Clintons built the machine and structured the government side of the operations to funnel taxpayer dollars through corrupt NGOs that then get distributed to hundreds of smaller NGOs. Their foundations, allies, and post-White House networks overlap with these funders. Obama-era policies and Clinton-linked orgs funneled influence through the same progressive infrastructure that's now weaponized for division. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, it's time for RICO charges to destroy this criminal syndicate once and for all, from the top, all the way down to the foot soldiers and NGOs, Edward Snowden on Telegram. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025, all going to destroy America and implement communism and Marxist ideologies. The Government Accountability Institute, GAI, analysis presented directly to the Trump administration, mapped over $159.7 million in grants from major left-wing donor networks straight into organizations categorized as domestic extremists and/or civil unrest advocates. These aren't random donations. They're strategic investments in what Guy calls the protest industrial complex. A web of fiscal sponsors, dark money pass-throughs, and activist NGOs that turn ideology into street action, campus disruption, narrative control, violence, propaganda, psychological operations, and political pressure, mostly funded by your taxpayer dollars funneled through grants and organizations like USAID and corrupt NGOs to destroy America and turn it into a third world, Marxist garbage dump of a country. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. James Comey just got indicted. Again. Let that hit you for a second. The man who opened a fake investigation into a sitting president. The man who leaked classified memos to the press. The man who stood in front of cameras and lied to 330 million Americans about Russian collusion that never existed. Indicted, Mr. Poole, final chapter. And you know what the charge is? A photo of seashells arranged to spell 86, which means eliminate. Posted on Instagram. While smiling. This is the former director of the FBI. The most powerful law enforcement officer in America. And he posted a coded death threat against a sitting president on social media like a teenager. First indictment, lying under oath to the Senate. Second indictment, threatening the president's life. The hunter became the hunted. Remember 2017? Comey sat in that hearing room looking smug. Thought he was untouchable. Had the media behind him. Had the deep state behind him. Had every network calling him a hero. Where are they now? Meanwhile, Kash Patel sits in Comey's old chair. The same office. The same desk. And last week he walked into Congress and dropped Epstein names that made senators go pale. The man they put in charge to destroy Trump is being destroyed. The man Trump put in charge to replace him is exposing everything. Saturday night they sent a shooter. His manifesto named Kash Patel. Think about that. They're not just going after Trump anymore. They're going after everyone around him. And it's not working. Comey, indicted. The shooter, failed. Iran, begging. The dollar, record high. Epstein names, dropping. One by one. Piece by piece. The old guard is falling. And the man they tried to destroy 91 times is still standing in the Oval Office running the world. Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Obama's secret stay behind Army. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Obama literally created the Department of the Deep State at the flick of a pen. The Senior Executive Service, or SES, was created on September 19, 1979 during the Carter administration. It was originally formed to professionalize career civil service, while attracting the nation's best and brightest in an effort to improve and moderate the management of the federal bureaucracy. A position within the SES is considered the equivalent to general officer or the flag officer ranks in the U.S. Armed Forces. For that reason, they are often referred to as our civilian generals. The SES was to be a corps of nonpartisan, career managers who serve as the executive management of federal agencies. Their job being to implement policy, not create it. At least it was until then President Obama changed that with a mere flick of his pen, making SES members nearly impossible to fire, once hired. To say Obama's transformation of the SES into an army of political operatives was effective would be a gross understatement. There are more than 2 million federal employees. And at the top of that pyramid are approximately 8,000 SES, Senior Executive Service, employees who service as the professional managerial class linking our political leaders to the civil service rank and file. And Barack Obama as president, replaced more than 6,000 members of the 8,000-member SES during his 2 terms, assembling what became a stay-behind army of political operatives. Here's a list of the number of SES employees that were embedded in the following government agencies at the end of Obama's second term in 2016. Department of Education, 86, Department of Housing and Urban Development, 115, Department of the Air Force, 182, Department of Labor, 200, Department of State, 204, Department of Transportation, 231, Department of Interior, 258. Department of the Army, 261, Department of the Navy, 326, Department of Veterans Affairs, 357, Department of Agriculture, 361, Department of Commerce, 425, Department of the Treasury, 458, Department of Health and Human Services, 468. Department of Defense, 478, Department of Energy, 490, Department of Homeland Security, 639, Department of Justice, 821, all other agencies, non-cabinet agencies, 1,796. And it wasn't just a purge of patriots from governmental agencies. Obama's purge of the military was especially damaging to our national security, as he literally gutted the command structure of the U.S. military. Cleaning out the filth from decades of infiltration and then Obama's embedded political operatives has been a long uphill battle in taking back our country and restoring our republic to making America great again. All roads lead to Obama. Wednesday 29th of April, 2026, Tartaria revealed, Putin unleashes the Forbidden Empire, J.D. Vance on Telegram, the world just changed forever. Russian President Vladimir Putin has declassified explosive Tartaria archives, unearthing a colossal empire that was systematically erased from global memory. The moment this happened, Western historians went silent, and for good reason. Tartaria wasn't a myth. It was the largest empire on Earth, spanning from the Urals to Alaska, New Earth to Tibet. Its people weren't savages, they were spiritually advanced, morally grounded, and technologically ahead of their time. They lived by virtue, honor, and ancestral power. Blue-eyed, red-haired warriors who valued family, justice, and the sacred bloodline. These were not primitive tribes. They were Slavic Aryan titans. And now, their memory is being restored. The first edition of Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1771, called Tartaria a dominant force in northern Asia. But after the 18th century, it vanished, not by accident, but by design. Later editions wiped Tartaria clean. The greatest historical cover-up in human history. Why was it erased? Because Tartaria stood against the control systems of the Vatican, the Romanovs, the global banking dynasties, and the cabal that would later shape the West. Tartaria was free, self-sufficient, non-centralized, rooted in ancestral energy. That's the one thing the deep state fears most. Putin's move to resurrect Tartaria is more than historical correction. It's a strike against the globalist script. Russia is now rewriting its entire history curriculum, purging Western distortions and restoring its true legacy. This is a paradigm shift, a cultural nuke detonated in plain sight. The release of Tartaria documents isn't just for scholars, it's a clarion call for spiritual war. The world's timeline is being shattered. The illusion is collapsing. And with it, the old guard's grip on our past. Wednesday, April 29, 2026 Flashback 2011. Navy SEAL Team 6 operator Matt Bissonnette exposed the truth that Obama personally delayed the bin Laden mission by 24 hours purely so he could attend the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The operation was locked in for a moonless night with perfect weather and air density. At Obama's direction, it was pushed back one day. Temperatures spiked, lift dropped, and one of the stealth Black Hawks crashed inside the compound, exactly the risk the original timeline had been engineered to avoid. Bissonnette put it bluntly, because Obama needed to hit the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The team already had razor-thin prep time after receiving the tip. That vanity-driven delay forced them to fly in suboptimal conditions. Also, Obama could deliver cheap shots at Trump and play Lion King clips while operators risked everything. Mission success came despite the politics, not because of them. Bissonnette's account lays bare the cost of putting Washington optics above warrior safety.
Force. Because the Chinese and the rest of the world have offered to write off all American and Western debt, public and private, and replace a system of Babylonian debt slavery with one where the government creates money and uses it for the public good. And the offer is on the table, and the elites are refusing it because they're still trying to enslave us. And this war on Iran, and who are these people? Well, let's take a look at the person that the so-called U.S. government sent to negotiate in Pakistan with Iran, Jared Kushner. Listen to him talk about, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Here's a guy who's starting genocide in order to profit personally, supposedly representing the U.S. government. This is the same guy who bought 666 West Fifth Avenue, the home of Lucent Technologies, where they were developing. Is this who we want in charge of our government? I don't think so. And the problem is that these people do not want to give up their magic money machine. It's the source of their power. More than 98% of American congressmen accept money from AIPAC. That means they represent Israel, not the United States. And they're not going to give up quietly. They're not going to go away. But these are human slavers. And the whole world is realizing it. Take a look at this MP in Europe. you know, pointing out what the whole world knows. The Nazis and Israelis are the same people. These are Jews who killed other Jews to force them to go along with their insane plans. These are the people who run the United States. And they just lost a war with Iran, and it's the biggest military defeat in U.S. history. I had some talks with U.S. intelligence people and military intelligence, and they told me that 4,000 American soldiers were killed by Iranian missiles and 3,000 of their family members. Another 2,500 are missing in action. The hospitals in Germany and the military hospitals in the U.S. are full of wounded U.S. troops. So they're saying now it's more than 10,000 American casualties. And Israel lost at least 200,000 people. They were, buried under their rubble as their plants they're working on were bombed. So this has been an incredible disaster. And yet, for some reason, we still have on our screens a visibly insane man, supposedly Donald Trump, and he was replaced. The one that was truly unhinged was taken to a hospital, and they seem to have come up with a replacement. But nonetheless, this person is not in charge, and this person is not sane. Listen to this guy. So, we definitely need to invoke the 25th Amendment, and I believe that the answer is going to have to be J.D. Vance. Here you see J.D. Vance. I know he's connected to Peter Thiel and he's not ideal, but we need at least to step in the right direction with him. And here he is saying that he's going to go after pedophiles. Okay? That's important because it's this whole pedophile blackmail network that's fighting for their lives to prevent us from liberating ourselves from their system of Babylonian debt slavery. And they are slavers. For example, we now have a rabbi explaining to us that Ukrainian women are brought into Israel as slaves, prostitute slaves, against their will. Listen to him talk about it. So these are the kind of people who control the so-called U.S. government. And they even brag about it. AIPAC put out an ad saying, hey, yeah, we control all the politicians. They're bragging about it. They want to enslave us. And yet somehow they still control the United States, but not the rest of the world. And we can be pretty sure that this is not going to last much longer. For example, the United States says they're going to block the Straits of Hormuz. Well, they can't. They didn't. It's a lie. They've been militarily defeated. What they're going to try to do next, though, and this one could be good, they're going to try to blockade the Straits of Malacca. That's where 80% of China's oil goes through. So at a higher level, the U.S. and China do have to come up with an agreement on a new system. And it is happening. And also, China is changing in ways people don't realize. They just removed 700 million cameras from their streets. You know how they had this facial recognition system? They had cameras everywhere. They removed the whole thing. They took it out. They said, no, we don't want to have a digital prison for China. Okay, so they are changing. And I think we can reach a deal with them where together we work to make this planet better. Not to enslave everybody to one tribe of Satanists, but rather to all of us decide together what sort of future we want to build, what sort of world we want to live in. This can be done. We just have to remove the criminals who control the Congress, and most importantly, we need to take their control away from the magic money machine. This is the important thing. We need to go after Scott Bessent. He is married to a man, has a bunch of children. God knows where they got those children from, and God knows what they're doing to them, but that's not the sort of person who should be in charge of the money of the American people. And this, he has to be removed. And as I keep repeating, the Dragon family has an offer on the table to offer with gold-backed money to wipe off all debt, private and public, for the entire West, and then provide unlimited funding that you don't have to pay back to rebuild your infrastructure. Because the Asians believe that if you make your customer rich, they make you rich. It's a win-win solution for them. So the offer's on the table. We're waiting for an answer. And until we get one, we're just going to have to keep going after these people and keep doing it until they're finally and permanently removed from control of the West. This is very important. And it is happening. I mean, France, Spain, the UK, everybody in NATO has broken away from the Israeli regime. So the United States, the Israeli-occupied United States is more isolated now than it has ever been. All the Western allies are dumping them, and it cannot last much longer. But it's horrific to see we still have this madman on our screens every day pretending that he's somehow a leader. He's not. He is a puppet reading scripts handed to him by child torturing Satanists. And this whole thing has to be taken down, and we're going to require the military to move into Mar-a-Lago and all these other places and shut down these studios, the TV studios, pretending to be government. Enough is enough. I think we're all sick and tired of it, and I'll be lobbying everywhere I can to make sure that this nightmare ends. But rest assured, most of the world has already shaken these people off, and now it's just the United States and Israel that need to be freed, and Ukraine. Once that's done, it's game over. So we're close. Hang in there, folks. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Ivan, we have our first question for today. A few years ago, you mentioned that George Soros is dead. Now there are people that still think he is alive and well. So, in your opinion, which one is it? I did a quick search on Brave browser, which found that George Soros is actively alive and healthy as of April 2026.
I was told that George Soros was killed by Dick Cheney years ago, and after I was told that, the Soros family put out an announcement saying they're gonna, hand over control to his children. But after that, they put out an obviously fake video of Soros speaking at, supposedly it was in Davos, Switzerland, but the video was recorded in San Francisco, and I'm pretty sure San Francisco is not in Switzerland. But what's happening is they keep the pretense these people are alive in order to keep that sort of power structure intact. So they pretend he's alive to protect the real handlers, from assassination, and to make it look like it's still the same people in charge of money. Because otherwise, all sorts of messy inherent things come up. So that's why they keep replacing until they stop pretending he's alive. It's not over. So he's alive in the sense that he's alive as a lobby of a group of people who control the money printing machines. But the real George Soros is long gone, that's for sure. Next question.
Hi Ben, I remember you said in a previous video you can show up to a airport in Japan 15 minutes before domestic departures and nobody will search you, which we normally get through at international entrances. My question is, who's the ultimate controller of the international flight security control at global airports? IATA, so SUS, or WEF for clans. Even harmless wine cork openers are confiscated at Haneda Airport, and control for the sake of controlling is still imposed. Isn't there any pressure against those in control of international flights for Japan, and why would these so easy checks only be applied to domestic departures?
Well, the domestic departures do actually have security screening. They're just really efficient at it. But yeah, this whole idea of forcing us to go through that humiliating ritual at airports, it's designed partly so they can sell machinery. They have like these body scanners and stuff. But the whole thing does, the path leads to Switzerland and the Octagon Group, and hopefully when this is over, people will once again be able to just hop on a plane, 15 minutes before flight, and then they can do that without any worrying about hijacking, because the technology's there. They can just walk through, and if there's a gun or something, it'll be scanned. So there's no reason to have these huge lineups except to humiliate us and to sell unnecessary equipment to airports. And it's really annoying. And hopefully this will all end soon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your last video, you mentioned that we have, quote, lost to China. Could you explain what that means to all of us, as we in North America, are we now under Chinese control?
Well, what I mean is that the U.S. Moved their industrial base out of the United States into China. This was the leaders of the, big corporations. So China can now manufacture like 11 times more steel, etc. So the real physical economy has been moved to China, and this is not something that can be fixed overnight. So what needs to happen, and the Chinese are offering to help, is to once again rebuild industry inside the United States. And the reason the current ruling class does not want Chinese help to rebuild U.S. industry is because they want to stay in control. And that is what's blocking it. But, essentially, these people thought that as long as they had their magic money machine, they could let the Asians actually build stuff. But they forgot that money is only valuable if it's backed by something real, and they lost everything real to back their money. So they lost the financial war, they lost the economic war, and they're losing the public opinion war big time. That's the reality. But, the American people and the Western people are waking up, and they're going to overthrow these criminals, and then once again we'll leave China in the dust. You watch and see. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your last video at the 50-second mark, you say the U.S. military has announced a peace agreement with Iran that basically meant a complete surrender. How can you say that it is surrendering if it is only a ceasefire and not a peace agreement?
Well, if you look at the agreement that was published after Trump was put in the hospital, they said they're going to withdraw all U.S. troops from the Middle East. They were going to pay Iran compensation, and the other thing is they've lost the ability to block the Strait of Hormuz or to control the oil in the region. But what's happening now is the U.S. is moving to the Straits of Malacca, and that is a place where they can actually apply real pressure. So they can force China to reach a fair deal with the West, and that was what is going to happen. But as far as Iran is concerned, the reality is they lost big time. They lost 5 aircraft carriers. Israel lost 60% of their F-35s. They lost 15 Apache helicopters in like 5 minutes in Lebanon, and that means that they can't protect their tanks. And the missiles destroyed the fortified underground bunkers where the Israeli leadership was leaving. So no matter how much they try to fake the news, the reality is they lost. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What is the deadline for the offer being made to pay off all of the debt? One can only assume that this isn't an offer that's extended into extended perpetually. What's going on with the army being assembled to hunt down the Khazarian mafia as well, and has it started yet?
Well, obviously, it still has a long way to go because we still haven't seen anybody arrested for the Epstein case in the United States. But the fact that the Edmund de Rothschild Bank was raided, and the fact that a high-level Freemason assassination squad was arrested, this means that this very high-level control of the government is being removed in France, and that people like Kushner and Trump are underneath these people. So at a very high level, it is happening. But until we get these idiots off our screens, and we once again have, government, by the people and for the people, it's not over, and we have to keep fighting. But I ask for the military to please, go into Congress and arrest every single member of Congress who's accepted money from IPAC. That would be a good way to start. Okay, well, that's what we have to say this week, and hopefully there'll be good news next week. It's going to happen, but it's very frustrating to see these people still in power after all they've done, but it cannot last much longer. They don't have money, they don't have support, and they're internationally isolated. It should not be too long before Jared Kushner and all those people are handcuffed in front of the cameras. We must all work to make it happen.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy, note: the deep state continues to be dismantled through a meticulously planned operation known as the movie, according to Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, wife of JFK Jr., Vice President of the Restored Republic. This strategic approach allows patriots to witness the fall of the cabal as white hat forces led by President Donald Trump and the global military alliance restore the republic and deliver justice for treason against the nation and humanity. Recent intelligence in late April 2026 reveals many famous figures arrested or executed. Body doubles and advanced technology maintain the public illusion, giving time for the Great Awakening without chaos. Jimmy Kimmel awaits military tribunal for spreading propaganda and harmful activities. Oprah Winfrey was arrested and placed under house arrest, her globalist connections disrupted. Joe Biden has been removed with body doubles appearing publicly. Barack Obama was arrested and executed after breaching a plea deal. Michelle Obama was executed soon after. Bill Gates and Melinda Gates were executed for crimes against humanity. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, devils, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Tuesday, April 28, 2026, confirmed. A body double of a fake King Charles was hosted at the White House today. The real Charles died March 28, 2026. His replacement was used in the U.S. visit. 107. Global financial collapse, Tuesday, April 28th. Breaking. Fed rate decision drops tomorrow at 2 p.m. Markets on edge for potential shockwave. Tuesday, April 28th. In the past week, 40 banks in China have collapsed. Saturday, April 25th. U.S. banking failures. Tuesday, April 28th. The Epstein files reveal that Israel hijacked control of the Bitcoin network over a decade ago. EBS on Telegram. Israel was paying the salaries of 60% of Bitcoin's core developers and offered highly elusive gifts behind the scenes. Epstein and Israel were also major investors in Blockstream, a company that works with Tether and exerts significant influence over Bitcoin. They can manipulate the price by issuing unbacked Tether, control the network's code because they hired most of the developers, and own a majority of the nodes. This suggests Israel likely has direct access to and influence over Bitcoin. The idea of decentralization is clearly illusory, and it is deeply concerning that the network could be manipulated by a single state operating behind the scenes. Tuesday, April 28th, attention. Global financial emergency. The global currency reset is here. Project Odin, martial law, and Telegram. The world is about to go through a terrible financial collapse. The global currency reset, Nisara Jasar, and the quantum financial system are no longer just rumors. The storm is here, and the powerful are working hard to keep the damage from spreading before you find out the truth. The Black Swan event is happening right in front of us. The world's biggest economies are broke. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, and the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand can't keep up with their debt any longer. The economy is falling apart, and a huge change is on the way that will affect everything. The Great Reset or the People's Reset. They want to keep you busy while they change the financial order in secret. The QFS is going to replace the corrupt banking system that has kept us in chains for hundreds of years. Though people say that the system is backed by gold and is fully decentralized, it will get rid of central banks and their criminal control over the world's money. The elites are aware that time is running out for them. They need the crash to happen the way they want it to. They need you to not be ready, but we can see through their lies. The emergency broadcast system is on its way. The EBS is ready to go. In the middle of this chaos, why? The world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash, the banks go under, and the truth about Nisara Jasar comes out. We've reached the point of no return. The Federal Reserve is no more. The IMF is in a hurry. The dollar is falling apart, and the fiat money system is going up in flames. What will come out of the ashes? A fair system backed by assets that gives power back to the people. What you need to do right now, get cash in hand before the banks close. Get rid of fiat money right away. Gold, silver, and cryptocurrencies. XRP, XLM, XDC will be the new money base. Look out for EBS activation. The last revelation is on its way. The elites are scared because the people are becoming aware. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's about to happen. Get ready for the worst because the financial war is about to reach its peak. Guru information and intel. Tuesday, April the 28th, 2026, Titanic to Kennedy assassination to Q movement.
When Kennedy was killed, what happened to the currency that Kennedy created with Executive Order 11110? It was all revoked and bought back up. The day after President Kennedy was killed, assassinated in Dallas, one of the very first acts of Lyndon Johnson as payback to those behind the assassination was to revoke that money that Kennedy had created. When we look at the Q project, we look at what is happening in the country right now. You have to remember that the central focal point of the whole operation is to reverse the effects of the coup that occurred at the killing of President Kennedy. And in order to reverse the effects of the coup, it's not just a political thing. It's not even just a military thing. It's not even just waking up the American people to what's really going on. It's also about taking the fangs out of these money monsters, getting their fangs out of us as a country where they're bleeding us dry like vampires, taking the wealth out of America, making themselves strong in order to do all their globalist mischief all over the planet. And by the way, what was the problem? Because we're fighting, because this president and the military backing him are methodically dismantling their systems that they've had in place for 100+ years to control us, to manipulate us, to make us do their will with our labor, our sweat. These wizards from the city of London, these bloodline wizards, what is it that they've done? They've tried with impeachment. They've tried with the media. They've tried every way they know how to neutralize what this president is doing and what the people around him are doing. And we've seen all these infiltrators around the president, not just one or two, people embedded in the administration, people that have been planted there for decades with a plan to be available at the critical moment to say just the right thing, to make just the right wrong recommendation, and to steer us again right back into slavery, to shortstop anything that the president and this group would do to regain control of our country again, to get the helm of the ship. What's happening right this second is the result of long planning, just like with the Titanic. Many years in the planning, from the time that the boat was designed, through the accident, through the not having enough lifeboats by intention and then ability to launch them readily, to even handle all the passengers on the boat. The insanity. And of course, at the time, it was front page headlines. People wanted to know who was dead, who was living, who had made it, who hadn't. It dominated the press for weeks, the hearings that followed in later years, trying to get to the bottom of who was behind what and what hadn't happened. Even the time on the clocks was in dispute. Were they set to New York time? Were they set to London time? North Atlantic time? Part of the reason for the questions about where the Titanic lay on the ocean floor, why it took so long to find it, was because its exact location was muddled because of this time of the collision and where it was at in relation to these other ships in the area that, by the way, while the Titanic is sailing full speed through a known field of icebergs, other ships were at anchor. Nobody else was sailing anywhere. It was too dangerous. This was supposed to be the best, safest ship captain in the world at the time. The admiral's admiral, if you will, Captain Smith. And very highly regarded, just like the ship, the Unsinkable. And in order to bait people into some level of confidence in his abilities. But he was Jesuit. And at the end of the day, who's controlling these bankers even? Jesuits. It's this control of the bloodline families. And by the way, that's not an anti-Catholic statement. This is the army of these people. But there's a component here that is not godly.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, April the 29th, 2026. Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. President Donald J. Trump, Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. Breaking overnight intel drop. Total shock. Trump targeted, Melania steps forward, Iran war clouds grow, and King Charles arrives in D.C. Intel drop April 28, 2026. Tuesday, April 28th, Code Red, Britain's last play, the hidden hand behind Trump's third assassination attempt. Tuesday, April 28, 2026. Breaking, Supreme Court green lights Texas map. GOP power surge of +5 House seats locked in for 2026. April 28, 2026. Tuesday, April 28th, boom, special report. Florida moves to ban geoengineering. Chemtrail, bill sparks national firestorm. Tuesday, April 28th, confirmed a body double of fake King Charles was hosted at the White House today. The real Charles died in March 28, 2026. His replacement was used in the U.S. visit 107 JFK Jr. on Telegram. Tuesday, April 28th, body double confirmed. Trump hosts fake King Charles at White House. Real Charles died March 28th. Replacement used in U.S. visit. Trump steered talks to trade deals protecting American factories. equitable NATO payments, Iran, and the 250th anniversary of independence, he demanded concessions for workers and borders as the replica delivered handler-scripted lines via hidden devices. Key discrepancies stand out clearly. The jawline is wider, with unnatural motion. Ears are angled incorrectly, with different lobe lengths. Eye spacing does not match. Voice samples contain digital markers. Movement during inspection was stiff and mechanical. Oh, and just a side note, don't forget the fingers, sausage fingers. He confirmed all mismatches. The schedule enabled vital intelligence collection alongside America First advances in border security and manufacturing jobs. Teams logged makeup flaws and voice anomalies under scrutiny. The replica faces a congressional address. State dinner under bright lights, exposing further issues. Plans include New York stops for memorial events with first responders before UK departure. Deep state operatives deployed the double to fight pro-American policies on tariffs and energy. Trump holds biometric evidence and full records from every encounter. The truth will be revealed to the public when President Trump chooses, exposing the London-Washington deception. American sovereignty remains the priority as the fake fails inspection. Tuesday, April 28th, your DNA is an antenna. Tartaria Empire on Telegram. This is not metaphor. This is not spirituality. This is peer-reviewed science that nobody talks about. In 2011, Nobel Prize winner Luc Montagnier published a study showing that DNA emits electromagnetic signals, not randomly, in specific frequencies. Your DNA is literally broadcasting a signal. Right now, as you read this, in 2012, a study published in the journal DNA and Cell Biology confirmed that DNA acts as a fractal antenna, capable of both transmitting and receiving electromagnetic frequencies across a wide spectrum. Your DNA is not just a blueprint for building proteins, it's a communication device. Tuesday, April 28th, they didn't just miss. They exposed the entire operation. Read the manifesto of the man who tried to assassinate the commander-in-chief. Read it very carefully. Mr. Poole, the final chapter on Telegram. Cole Allen, 31, Caltech engineer, Kamala Harris donor, self-proclaimed friendly federal assassin. He bypassed airport-level security with multiple weapons. He checked into the hotel days in advance. He traveled across the country by train to avoid TSA facial recognition. But here's the detail they're trying to scrub from the internet. Of every top Trump official in the room except one, he specifically wrote that he would not target FBI Director Kash Patel. Why does a radicalized leftist assassin spare the director of the FBI? Connect the dots. Move 1. The deep state realizes Trump is dismantling their medical and financial matrix. Move 2. They activate a highly intelligent, programmable asset with zero criminal record. Move 3. They leave the FBI director off the kill list to frame it as an inside job if Trump dies. That's just way too obvious. Oh my gosh. It was a setup, a multi-layered coup, but the man they're trying to kill already saw the board. He survived. He smiled, and he just handed the military tribunals their final piece of evidence. The piece he asked for yesterday, that was the final warning. May 5th, the storm doors open. Code, manifesto decoded. Operation Checkmate, sleeper cell burned. They are out of options. What a stupid move. Like, people can't see through that?
Hilton.
Tuesday, April 28th, explosive. Congressman Eric Burleson confirms U.S. military controls giant, unidentified craft at foreign site. Structure built around object. Secret programs exposed. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson confirmed the United States military controls a giant unidentified craft at a secret foreign installation. The craft is so massive that engineers constructed a structure around it on site as it could not be transported to America. This exposes the scale of covert programs within the intelligence community. American forces guard the craft at a U.S.-operated facility on foreign soil. Burleson learned the details in secure classified briefings. The deep state buried this asset for decades to prevent breakthroughs, delivering superior technology to the military and citizens. Globalists blocked advances that could shatter energy dependence and outdated weapon systems. Reverse engineering proceeds. Secretly, while Americans face high fuel costs and vulnerable chains, the craft features propulsion defying physics and advanced materials. The building was erected because the object defies movement. President Trump acts as the disclosure president, pushing out hidden files. Burleson credits Trump with opening doors via the America First agenda to strengthen sovereignty. Trump dismantles information gatekeepers controlling what officials and the public know. This revelation comes as the executive branch battles bureaucratic resistance. Foreign partners helped maintain limits on American dominance. Taxpayers fund black projects without receiving benefits from discoveries. The deep state favors control over prosperity. The craft holds keys to cheap energy powering cities without oil and indestructible materials. Military uses would secure borders without foreign entanglements. Burleson seeks further investigation. Possible site visits. Patriots in Congress challenge obstruction by officials serving global interests over the Constitution. Sovereignty is at stake as networks keep technology hidden. Citizens endure higher costs and compromised security from suppression. New industries could rise if technologies were released. Veterans deserve advanced gear from these assets. False narratives sustained unaccountable funding. Patriots demand answers on custody and deployment. The military controls this asset and must weaponize its secrets for the Republic. The time for full transparency has come to benefit the American people. Tuesday, April 28th, definition of New World Order. New World Order on Telegram. New World Order, and that includes SPLC, DNC, GOP, USAID, CAIR, ABC, CNN, CBS, UN, PBS, BLM, LGBTQIA+, plus NBC, HHS, WHO, WEF, BIS, AMA, CIA, MI6, Red Cross, Open Society, Clinton Foundation, a global monetary washing machine financed by a global banking cartel, hidden by a legal cartel financed by the banking cartel that finances team players of all colors, stripes, and industries that go along to get along with the cult, or as Jesse Zabota refers to it, the system. The storm has arrived. The old world is crumbling. A new era of freedom is about to begin. If you want something you've never had, you must do something you've never done. Thomas Jefferson. Judy note. Soon every cell phone on the planet will be hit with 7 trumpet sounds, transmitted from the Starlink satellites, bypassing the elite-controlled media channels. The Alliance has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. This week, the world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash. Banks go under and across the world, the global currency reset replaces our fiat economy with gold asset-backed currencies that trade at a 1-to-1 with each other. The truth of the Nassara laws was scheduled to be implemented worldwide beginning Friday, May 1st, 2026. On that Friday, May 1st, with President Trump in full control, the largest transfer of wealth in human history occurs. when the world changes from the deep state cabal's old fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system. To accomplish that, 10 days of darkness was on its way, wherein shifts worldwide, the power goes out, phones, TVs, and radios go dark, and the emergency broadcast system activates to expose military tribunals and dark crimes of the Satan-worshipping. Trump actually won the 2020 election by an over 80% margin, according to a military count of official watermarked ballots that traced which votes were valid or not. Before Trump left office in 2021, he not only had extensive proof of 2020 election fraud, but as commander-in-chief of the U.S. military and global military alliance, he had gathered thousands of indictments ruled upon by grand juries in various states against global and political elites mainly charged with treason, pedophilia, and human trafficking. Now Trump has begun making mass arrests of those elites, including what was estimated to be 80% of Congress. In December 2020, with the nation under martial law, Biden was arrested, charged, convicted in a military tribunal, and executed for sedition and treason. Biden's so-called presidential inauguration was actually his funeral that was partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set and in a fake White House built for the purpose. Now, with most of Congress already arrested and facing tribunals, that movie played by actors and clones for the past 6 years since 2020 was coming to an end. Soon, an emergency broadcast system will introduce all, including martial law, to the public until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS will also ask the public to stay in a place of their choice for 3 days of darkness when planned cyber attacks will decimate satanic sites around the world. Planes and trains will be grounded across the globe. Communications will be cut. TV, radio, and the internet down, and cell phones only work for 911 calls. Or with a special app the military will hand out to the public. A partial worldwide lockdown will continue for 10 days, where a single website and web channel will broadcast disclosure of events 8 hours a day in a loop. In the middle of it all, on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, the worldwide gold asset-backed quantum financial system will replace the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system. President Trump has arranged for citizens worldwide to be reimbursed monies taken by the cabal. Saturday, July 4th, Trump's Independence Day event. Golden Age dawns with Republic rebirth under QFS. No more taxes funding evil. Tariffs and sales tax only. Stock essentials as transitions finalize. The Great Awakening is here, patriots. Justice, healing, and abundance triumph as we enter the new era of freedom. Be prepared for a worldwide lockdown with food, essentials, and cash for 10 to 12 days, as banks will be closed, plus credit, debit cards, and ATMs won't work. Monday, April 27, 2026, the activation of Nisara Jasara accelerates on May 1st, 2026, applying global debt cancellation, dissolving corrupt tax structures, and channeling trillions recovered from the fortunes of the cabal directly to sovereign accounts protected by the QFS worldwide. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The quantum financial system completes its full integration on May 1st, 2026, securing gold guaranteed digital accounting records in 209 countries, cutting central bank control and pre-financing patriotic ransom portfolios with unbreakable quantum cryptography. The QFS Golden Rush kicks off on May 2nd, 2026, flooding with liquidity unprecedented ISO 20022 compatible assets like XRP and XLM, crashing the dominance of fiat and unleashing the largest transfer of wealth in human history. On Monday, April 27th, emergency broadcast system in martial law, President Trump. President Donald J. Trump has said, "We will soon be liberated in this land of the free from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and ensure special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted fully. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news to all citizens, organizations, and/or people that wish to do us harm during this time. Will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-written to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. The event EBS JASARA activation. Event finalization JASARA law and EBS, the last calibration before global acknowledgement of JASARA law, the EBS, an irreversible system-wide disclosure. Tier 4B martial law. There is a reason the lights are flickering, the satellites are shifting, and the data flows are being rerouted. The entire planet is now entering the most advanced stage of military transition ever orchestrated. This is not theoretical. This is not speculation. This is operational. Behind the scenes, all 34 targeted structures are now confirmed to be mapped by orbital DEW systems. Vatican server backups were extracted during last week's blackout drills. Rothschild-owned clearinghouses in Belgium, Israel, and New York were seized in silent night raids under the cover of cyber disruptions. Chinese crypto fraud networks controlled by Khazarian intermediaries are being wiped permanently and replaced with ISO 20022 rails tethered to gold. The EBS, contrary to media silence, has already completed a successful trial across 10 strategic regions, each running pre-broadcast suppression diagnostics under Project Odin's oversight. This is how you flip the switch without collapsing the psyche of an unprepared world. Quantum systems check. Starlink Lattice is now in full quantum grid sync across 5 orbital tiers. Project Odin uplinks confirmed to override Mossad media satellite feeds. QFS and trials began silently across IMF outposts last week. ISO token pathways were tested for 72 hours inside EU central clearing hubs. The event itself is biblical, not in metaphor, but in consequence. The fake World War III panic will act as the ignition event, the emotional catalyst to bring every sleeping citizen to full attention. Sirens will blare, TV signals will vanish, markets will plunge, people will scream, and then silence. In that void, everything shifts. Expect Tesla energy relay pulses activating across 9 test zones. Media asset purges, coordinated and irreversible. Vaulted execution footage from tribunals to air via secure EBS protocol. Activation of rainbow-backed digital wallets in all aligned nations. Strategic resignation or arrests of remaining public cabal figures. The illusion is collapsing. The real structure is already in place. QFS, medbeds, biometric sovereign systems, justice grids, quantum truth hubs. Everything we told you was coming is already functional. We're not waiting for permission. We're not hoping for approval. The storm is mathematical before the light pierces the veil. Let it come. Let it all fall. Because what rises next is not the old world reborn. It's humanity finally sovereign. Guru Information and Intel, Monday, April 27, 2026. There are 13 families who rule the world. The shadow forces behind the New World Order, 107, or JFK Jr., on Telegram. The shadow forces behind the New World Order follow a calculated, slow agenda for complete control over humanity and Earth's resources. Known as the totalitarian tiptoe, this strategy advances in small steps so the public barely notices their liberties being taken away as the New World Order power structure expands. Sitting at the top of the pyramid is the Council of 13 Families, an ultra-elite group that orchestrates major world events. These are the most powerful bloodlines who consider themselves descendants of ancient gods or Nephilim, I've heard, with the right to rule over everyone else. The families are Rothschild, Bruce, Cavendish, de Medici, Hanover, Habsburg, Krupp, Plantagenet, Rockefeller, Romanoff, Sinclair, Warburg, and Windsor. The Rothschilds lead this group with enormous wealth estimated at $500 trillion, controlling the global banking empire. They operate through key institutions including the City of London, the U.S. Federal Reserve, the Vatican, and Washington, D.C. Each functions as an independent sovereign entity beyond normal laws and courts. Secret societies serve as lower-level branches carrying out the agenda, while their members remain unaware of the true masters. To memorize and obey rather than think critically, ensuring conformity in the new order. The greatest tool of enslavement is the financial system, turning people into currency slaves. Most work unfulfilling jobs solely for the next paycheck, never achieving real security. This keeps individuals too busy and stressed for self-education or spiritual awakening. The elite want obedient workers, not free thinkers. Wars and human suffering all become profitable under this system. Money has corrupted leaders and hijacked humanity's true purpose. Yet the planet offers resources without charge, and technology can provide abundance without endless labor. Forward-thinking individuals like Jacques Fresco have designed plans for a resource-based economy with self-sustaining cities built by advanced robots. And this future economy becomes obsolete and people can reach their full potential. The time has come for patriots and truth seekers to awaken. Humanity must choose between submitting to the New World Order or uniting in peaceful resistance to build a free world without elite financial control. What we think we know as of Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. Monday, April 27th, we need common law, government bullying, and Tom Hammond. There's a YouTube link. Monday, April 27th, bombshell. Clint Eastwood drops truth grenade. The Barack Obama presidency was the biggest fraud ever perpetrated on the American people. Pray for Trump. Assassination attempts on Trump that we know of. June 16, 2016, pistol. September 2017, forklift. October 2018, ricin. September 2020, ricin. October 2020, hanging. July 2024, rifle. Monday, April 27th, JFK's historic speech. April 27th, 1961. Expose Obama, Hillary, Bush, Pope Francis, military, tribunals, crimes against humanity, and the New World Order. Must watch AMG News. Monday, April 27th. $4.6 trillion missing from Pentagon. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. The Pentagon just failed its 8th audit in a row. 8 years, 8 failures. And they still can't tell you where $4.65 trillion in assets went. Not millions, not billions, trillions. They spend $800 billion a year. They just requested $1.5 trillion for next year. The largest military budget in human history. And they can't pass a basic audit. Any corporation that failed 8 audits would be in prison. But the Pentagon, they get a raise. Where does money go when nobody's watching? Black budget programs, facilities with no name, projects with no paper trail, technology that doesn't officially exist. In September 2001, Donald Rumsfeld stood at a podium and announced that $2.3 trillion was missing from the Pentagon. The next day, September 11th, the exact office investigating those missing funds was hit. The money stayed missing. Now it's not $2.3 trillion, it's $4.65 trillion. The number doubled. The silence stayed the same until Doge walked in. Musk's team at Access Systems no civilian has ever touched. They found ghost accounts, phantom employees, payments to entities that don't exist. May 15th, internal Doge report drops. They know where the money went and it wasn't spent on defense. $4.65 trillion unaccounted for. Monday, April 27th, Hillary Clinton funded the notorious terrorist jihadist group ISIS with $80 billion of U.S. taxpayer monies, plus huge arms exports from the U.S. White Hats on Telegram. Never forget Julian Assange's leaked emails on Clinton. There's an early 2014 email from Hillary Clinton not so long after she left Secretary of State to her campaign manager John Podesta. That email states that ISIL is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Under Hillary Clinton, our Clinton emails reveal the largest ever arms deal in the world was made with Saudi Arabia, more than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States in terms of their dollar value doubled. And of course, the consequence of that is that this notorious terrorist jihadist group called ISIL or ISIS is created largely with money from the very people who are giving money to the Clinton Foundation. Monday, April 27th. It's time for RICO charges to destroy this criminal syndicate once and for all, from the top, all the way down to the foot soldiers and NGOs. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025, all going to destroy America. The Government Accountability Institute analysis presented directly to the Trump administration mapped over $159.7 million in grants from major left-wing donor networks straight into organizations categorized as domestic terror extremists. These aren't random donations. They're strategic investments in what Guy calls the protest industrial complex, a web of fiscal sponsors, dark money pass-throughs, and activist NGOs that turn ideology into street action, campus disruption, narrative control, political pressure, mostly funded by your taxpayer dollars, funneled through grants and organizations like USAID and corrupt NGOs, to destroy America and turn it into a third world Marxist garbage. Monday, April 27th. Whoa, the taxpayer money laundering must be insane. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The Federal Reserve has revealed that U.S. NGOs have more in assets than the combined 2025 GDP estimates for Japan, Germany, and India combined. The combined assets held by U.S. NGOs equals $14.2 trillion of your tax money. India and Japan's GDP each just over $4 trillion. Germany, $5 trillion, about $13.5 trillion together. Guess what? The combined assets held by U.S. NGOs equals $14.2 trillion of your tax money, and that of your children and grandchildren and great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. Ever wonder why everything is so absolutely unaffordable today? It's not actually rocket science. Government has forgotten the fundamental reasons for which it was formed: to serve and protect our civil liberties. It has inverted the entire formula and decided that we are the ones here to serve, to work, and through our individual labors to support our desires and the behemoth of a bureaucracy that is emanated from those desires. As of 2025, United States nonprofits held about $13.4 to $14.1 trillion in total assets, including cash, investments, real estate, etc. It has grown from $7 trillion a decade ago. This is based on Federal Reserve data.
Many locations throughout Paris, including the Edmond de Rothschild Bank. Okay, and that Ariane de Rothschild and Brigitte Macron, i.e. Jean-Michel de Rothschild, are being investigated. I'm also hearing from other French sources that if you see a visit of Brigitte Macron to the White House, it means that he has fled France to the United States to avoid arrest and is now being sheltered by his, actors like the fake Donald Trump, who's been around since June of 2025, replaced the real one, who we all miss. And as a reminder, what a jerk this guy is. Watch this. him interacting with, heads of state and flirting with Carolyn Levitt. The Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae came back to Japan after visiting the White House, saying she'd been humiliated, insulted, and would never visit the United States again. And Japan immediately made a deal to buy oil in yuan and dump the petrodollar. So well done, fake Donald Trump. You just alienated the most important ally the United States has, financially anyway. The sooner this guy goes, the better. Now, here's another example why these goofballs need to be removed from our screens. They need to be arrested in front of the cameras and taken away and to don't appear on our screens again. Listen to this reality show actor Pete Hegseth saying that the United States is a terrorist nation that bombs countries.
And I think
this goofball does not control the United States Armed Forces. They don't control anything. That's why they're being forced to use videos from video games, because they're out of the loop. The U.S. military is not obeying these people, and for very good reason, because they are not in charge of the United States, and they're not working for the United States. They're working for a cult that is trying to enslave us. And here is a rabbi from the Khazarian mafia, the Satanist side of the, pretending to be Jews, saying that they're going to enslave all of humanity, including China and the West. And they're not, okay? They're not going to enslave anybody. They're going to be taken down, and it's going to be for good this time. They're being hunted down, and we need to get more people on the case. And I'd especially like to talk to American military veterans who were fooled into risking their lives for these clowns. Take a look at this veteran talking about how the veterans are the biggest sleeper cell in America. And like he says, they've been waiting for something. Well, this is it. The United States is officially bankrupt because of these people. They've taken all your money, and there's nothing left to take. And now it's time to remove their control of the financial system. And that can be done. I also recommend that the veterans descend on all the Chabad Lubavitch facilities, because they are not Jews. They are Satanists who are causing great trouble for the Jews, and they really, need to be dealt with permanently. And I mean arrested, taken in for questioning, and removed from all sorts of control over society. Including here, you can watch the fake Donald Trump honoring Rabbi Schneerson, who, calls non-Jews, which is not, I should say non-Satanists, because these aren't Jews. They need to be taken in, they need to be removed from circulation. But the fact that their boss, the Rothschild bosses, are being taken down in Europe is a good sign. And there's also a big cleanup of the British royal family. This is an old video from Buckingham Palace, but it's worth reviewing, because you can see a child trying to escape from the palace. A naked child, obviously, probably in fear for his life. Prince William, who is now in charge of the British royals, is not part of this cult. His real father is actually the King of Spain. He's a Habsburg, he's a Christian, and he's going to help clean up England. And if he doesn't, then he's got to be removed too, because enough is enough. These people have been causing trouble all over the world, and it is well overdue time for justice. And again, I'd like to remind the American people that you're not in debt. You're in a system of Babylonian debt slavery, which we are going to bring to an end. We need to have military white hats occupy the treasury, and I've negotiated with the Asians, because you really do have a trade deficit. You have been getting stuff from the rest of the world and not paying for it for more than 40 years. They're willing to write off all your debt. as soon as you remove this satanic scum from your government and arrest all the pedophiles, then all the debt will be written off. You'll have no more mortgages to pay. You'll have no more rent to pay. And, trillions and trillions of dollars will be used to rebuild your industry and your infrastructure. Another thing is, I noticed that since the U.S. government is bankrupt, airports are shutting down. I would recommend that the airlines charge a surtax on air tickets to hire back the, air traffic controllers. And I also suggest you get some advice from Japan. Here in Japan, I can show up at Haneda Airport 15 minutes before my flight and catch it to anywhere in domestic flights, and you don't have to go through all that humiliating body searches and stuff that they do. So, the whole federal government needs to be shut down, and the U.S. military will be taken care of as long as they clean up the mess. But, it is happening, folks. We're finally getting to the point where these ancient cult of Satan worshippers are going to be removed from control of the West and never, ever, ever again be allowed to try to seize power. Because they were caught in the act. Let's face it, the raids on the Edmund de Rothschild Bank are very, very important. And, I previously, found in Bank of Japan documents that they control the Bank of Japan, and I'm pretty sure they also control the Fed and all the other banks in conjunction with the British Rothschilds. Although the British Rothschilds are not the same kind of people. I've been interacting with them, and they support the idea of a future planning agency and working on behalf of humanity. So it's the Rothschilds that seem to be the problem. But of course, we don't want any, secret family in charge of the financial system. This needs to be open, and it needs to be available for everyone to see and participate in. And that's what we'll be working on. And, as a reminder of what happens when you have a government that actually is trying to make the country better instead of trying to rip people off, take a look at this latest clip from China where people can go up a mountain in an escalator. And, this is the sort of thing they build for their people instead of wasting all their money that have nothing to do with the United States, which is what your current government does with your money. So take a look. And that's the sort of thing we can do in the United States as soon as these filth are removed. And it will happen. It is happening. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Evan, we have our first question today. It says, no evidence exists in search results of Chinese elders giving away U.S. Treasury bonds. China holds $761 billion in U.S. Treasuries as the second largest foreign owner, with experts warning a mass sell-off could spike U.S. borrowing costs and disrupt markets. But no reports mention elders or gifting. Related topics include the U.S. pension funds investing 68 to 73 billion in China since 2020, despite security risks, and U.S. bondholders seeking repayments on 1.6 trillion in century-old Chinese debt. Where did you get the information on China getting rid of USA bonds?
First of all, the internet in the English-speaking world is completely censored and useless. It's not a source of information anymore. It's a source of mind control. I am an analog reporter. I physically meet people face to face. I've actually met members of the Dragon family. I've physically held the bonds in my hand. We've taken them, and I can deliver these bonds to the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. I've called the Treasury representative. This is real. They have real gold. And, the Chinese are not supporting Howard Lutnick and that whole fake Trump regime, and are not going to. They're pulling the plug. They have pulled the plug. And if you look at the data, you'll see that the biggest buyers of U.S. Treasuries are crypto coins and little offshore places like the Cayman Islands. In other words, it's completely fraudulent now. Nobody's buying these bonds. That's the reality. So again, trust the analog world and stay away from too much of the disinformation on the internet. Just go look at the grocery stores and see what's happening to prices with your own eyes and your own wallet, and you'll know that everything they're putting out now is lies about the economy in the U.S. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your March 13th Q&A, you said Scott Bessent will be hunted down if he doesn't use the bonds the Dragon family supplied to the United States through him. However, you then say that this madness has to stop and the military needs to take action. On one hand, you say action will be taken. On the other hand, you say the military needs to take action. So is the Dragon family going to act, or are you waiting for the military? Has either side definitely said that they will move on Bessent?
I'm not going to say any more. I said that he got one warning, and that's all he got. And the point is that we need the official U.S. government to accept a kind offer to write off all your debts and finance reconstruction of your beautiful country, which is I share with you as a Canadian. And this will happen, but it has to be an official government representative to acknowledge this. And since they're not, we're facing no choice but to shut them down, and this is going to cause hardship for the American people. But just watch and see, okay? Talking is over. You watch and see what happens. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You say the only ships being blocked in Israel, in the Strait of Hormuz are ours and Israel's, but we do not get oil from the Middle East at all. We have kept the strait open for decades for the rest of the world, mostly Asia, and it seems to be that most of the oil that comes through this strait is primarily for Asia and mostly China. So where do you have this information that the United States' oil is being blocked from the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's not United States oil. What's happening is, for example, since the United States invaded Iraq on, false charges, all the Iraqi oil revenue has been going to the owners of the Federal Reserve Board, and it's that money and that oil that's being cut off. So it's not American oil; it's American-controlled oil that is being blocked, and that's not the American people, but the oligarchs like the Rockefellers who are being blocked. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Joe Kent was a Bernie supporter. He has been excluded from secret information for several months now due to him being suspected of leaking said secret information. So, in my opinion, he was certainly not in the loop of the information regarding why we went to war with Iran, and I don't think he is going to be a valuable source of opinion on Iran. What are your thoughts on this, specifically in regards to Joe Kent leaking information?
Well, I don't have any information. All I know is that as soon as he criticized Israel and Israeli control of the United States military, suddenly they said he's leaking information and they're going to prosecute him. This is the same FBI that hasn't arrested a single. And I think he was sort of like me. I was the Asia Pacific bureau chief for Forbes magazine. That's about as high as you can get before you hit the glass ceiling where the people who really control the planet are. And he was in the same. You could see the people running the White House, but since he wasn't part of that little club, he could only look at from the outside. And when he tried to do stuff about terrorism inside the United States, which was his job, and the chief source of terrorism in the United States is Israel, then he was blocked. And so he quit in disgust. That's what I know about him. And that's what you should be looking at. This war on Iran is about stealing money because the United States has run out, and they're losing the Iraqi money. That's what this is about. So that's what I have to say on that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Although I do like your bright future dream, it doesn't seem to be reasonable in the United States. China, Russia, Iran, etc., are not going to risk their soldiers and equipment to help 90% of Americans that want to go against their government. They probably could be paid to do it. Why don't we pay them the west coast of the United States and Alaska in order to free the United States from our governmental tyranny?
What the Asians have offered is to hire the U.S. military to free the American people, to make sure that they continue to get their paychecks and maintain their, organizational integrity in exchange for, cleaning up the satanic filth who have taken over your political system.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the deep state continues to be dismantled through a meticulously planned operation known as the movie, according to Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, wife of JFK Jr., Vice President of the Restored Republic. This strategic approach allows patriots to witness the fall of the cabal as white hat forces, led by President Donald Trump and the global military alliance, restore the republic and deliver justice for treason against the nation and humanity. Recent intelligence in late April 2026 reveals many famous figures arrested or executed. Body doubles and advanced technology maintain the public illusion, giving time for the Great Awakening without chaos. Jimmy Kimmel awaits military tribunal for spreading propaganda and harmful activities. Oprah Winfrey was arrested and placed under house arrest, her globalist connections disrupted. Joe Biden has been removed, with body doubles appearing publicly. Barack Obama was arrested and executed after breaching a plea deal. Michelle Obama was executed soon after. Bill Gates and Melinda Gates were executed for crimes against humanity. In entertainment, Lady Gaga was arrested and executed for occult practices and deep state ties. Ellen DeGeneres remains on house arrest. Alec Baldwin and his brother were arrested and executed. The Kardashian family members, including Kim, Khloe, Kourtney, Kylie, and Kris Jenner, are on house arrest awaiting tribunals. Taylor Swift, Caitlyn Jenner and Dustin Hoffman are detained. Guantanamo Bay processes high-value targets through tribunals. Many provide intelligence, aiding the alliance. Deep state operatives are neutralized, or turned to support the plan. As the movie advances in 2026, victory signs abound for attentive patriots. Trump supporters and Q followers confirm the storm is winning. The forces of light prevail, accelerating the Great Awakening. The Republic rebirths free from globalist control. Patriots, stay vigilant and trust the plan. Doubles allow the public show to continue, spreading truth further. This final battle ensures victory of light, bringing freedom and prosperity to those upholding the Constitution. Evergreen was believed to not only be carrying trafficked children, but weapons of mass destruction. Many other ships that were blocked in the Suez Canal last week were also discovered to be carrying weapons, believed to be used to start a war in the Middle East. Why? The weapons were going to be given to the Muslims by the Israel Mossad. Human traffickers were being arrested and cartels busted, losing critical income for their owners worldwide. The deep state operation was said to have lost $400 million an hour while the ships were stuck for a week. That would pale in comparison to what those children were undergoing. It was rumored that holes in Microsoft software allowed someone, or ones, to hack into the Evergreen ship software, take over the steering and run it into the bank. We may never be given the whole story. So far the Evergreen ship's captain in the Suez Canal has refused to cooperate. Now why on earth would a ship's captain not cooperate, unless there were major reasons? Won't hand over the black box. Why would a vessel of that size from Taiwan list its first destination as the Netherlands? Why would the Below News article not mention Amsterdam? Only Dutch, lots of significant signals and clues were being released. Egypt could seek $1 billion from ship Ever Given. Suez Canal blockage, Egypt could seek $1 billion from ship Ever Given. Guido Fawkes telegram on Thursday 1st of April, Ever Given has been boarded by the U.S. Navy SEALs and they have opened several cargo containers with live and dead inside. The vessel is in Bitter Lake and the Navy is performing unloading procedures. No images will be leaked, but I have been sent one. In other news on twos, Morning. President Donald J. Trump and First Lady Melania Trump welcomed His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla for a ceremony honoring the special U.S.U.K. relationship as America marks 250 years of independence. Too bad they sent a body double of King Charles for the occasion. Charles died March 28, 2026 according to 107, who we know as JFK Jr., Vice President of the Restored Republic. It gets a little confusing, huh? More importantly, President Trump announced activation of the Nizara Jazara laws, which return the people's money back to the people, Nizara for the U.S., Jazara for the world. For centuries the Satan-worshipping deep state cabal has changed different nations' political atmosphere and laws so they gain control of taxpayer monies, then they laundered the money back into their own pockets after funding pet projects that help them maintain control over people of the world. The Q movement's plan headed by Trump and JFK Jr. was changing all that. Right now Space Force and the military White Hats, headed by President Trump, were in full control, with final sequence of the plan activated. Imminent Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, override expected after the Iran phase completed, Syria next. 10 days of darkness plus lockdowns coming to protect we the people during mass arrests of deep state elites. Project Odin was already live where the new Starlink satellite system has secured all communications on Earth in connection with those mass arrests, while promoting quantum Tesla-free energy to replace the nuclear lies, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. 2s. April 28, 2026 confirmed, a body double of a fake King Charles was hosted at the White House today. The real Charles died March 28, 2026. His replacement was used in the U.S. visit, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. 2s. April 28, 2026 Elon Musk informed members of Congress that virtually all the taxpayer money going to NGOs in Afghanistan, the paper trail leads back to Washington, D.C., into Democrat coffers. Burchett suspects some Republicans get a piece too. Why? Whistleblowers expose that our election software is completely compromised and that serious criminal conduct is taking place and that they know this, yet they still clear and certify the machines for use and have these people oversee and work in our elections. The United States military controls a giant unidentified craft at a secret foreign installation. The deep state buried this asset for decades to prevent breakthroughs delivering superior technology to the military and citizens. Globalists blocked advances that could shatter energy dependence and outdated weapons systems. Be possible timing, 10 days of darkness, Medbed Technologies on Telegram. This week the world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash. Banks go under and across the world, the global currency reset replaces our fiat economy with gold/asset-backed currencies that trade at a 1-to-1 with each other. On 2s. April 28, 2026 White Hat insiders drop deal as the alliance forces the final takedown of the deep state medical cabal and Big Pharma's reign of terror. On Friday, May 1, 2026 with President Trump in full control, the largest transfer of wealth in human history occurs when the world changes from the deep state cabal's old fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. The freedom from debt Nizara Jazara laws were scheduled to be implemented worldwide as the GCR ignited the gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump's sovereign treasury ends the Federal Reserve scam forever. Wealth transfer unfolds with Medbed pods deploying in Republic centers. Global financial collapse, 2s. April 28, 2026, breaking, Fed rate decision drops tomorrow at 2 p.m. ET, markets on edge for potential shock move, 2s. April 28, 2026 In the past week 40 banks in China have collapsed, Saturday, April 25, 2026 U.S. banking failures. E2s. April 28, 2026, the Epstein files reveal that Israel hijacked control of the Bitcoin network over a decade ago, EBS on Telegram. Israel was paying the salaries of 60% of Bitcoin's core developers and offered highly elusive gifts behind the scenes. Epstein and Israel were also major investors in Blockstream, a company that works with Tether and exerts significant influence over Bitcoin. They can manipulate the price by issuing unbacked Tether, control the network's code because they hired most of the developers, and own a majority of the nodes. This suggests Israel likely has direct access to and influence over Bitcoin. The idea of decentralization is clearly illusory, and it is deeply concerning that the network could be manipulated by a single state operating behind the scenes. Global currency reset. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, all banks across the globe shift from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. 2s. April 28, 2026. Bruce, the big call, a major contact in Iraq, said that the new prime minister has been appointed today. It was not Sudani. A bond paymaster said bondholders were to receive an email Thursday afternoon telling them what was in their account and telling them when they could access those funds. At 2 p.m. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, we are supposed to get a cut in interest rates from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. Around the 4th of May, Powell will be replaced by a new Fed chairman. 800 numbers could be received by Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, on Thursday, April 30, 2026. Redemption Center leaders are going into work on Thursday, 30th of April morning 2026. It was Bruce's opinion Tier 4B would start exchange appointments on Friday, May 1, 2026. On Wednesday, 29th of April, the new dinar rate is supposed to be on the Forex. When you call the 800 number to get your appointment, it will be maintained by an AI. The AI will give you directions on how to get to a live person at a redemption center. Don't get to your appointment more than 10 min. early. You have around 30 to 40 minutes to do your appointment. You will leave the redemption center with a Q phone and perk list plus a certificate to get your new computer, a Wells Fargo account, a Wells Fargo debit/credit card. Have in mind how much money you need for the first 60 to 90 days so it can be moved from your quantum account into your secondary bank account. Bruce feels we will get access to our new accounts on Friday, May 1, 2026. G2s. April 28, 2026, in the context of GCR, Global Currency Reset. In the realm of the Global Currency Reset, Tier 1 to 5 has an entirely different meaning. It represents a hierarchy of awareness, readiness, and access. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 1, Central Banks, Sovereign Treasuries, Financial Elites. Tier 2, Private Banking Institutions, Massive Trusts, Religious Financial Networks. Tier 3, Historical Bondholders, Private Wealth Families, Whales. Tier 4A, Military-Connected Insiders and Operatives. Tier 4B, the Awakened Digital Community, YOU. Tier 5, the General Unaware Public. H2s. April 28, 2026. Attention, Global Financial Emergency. The Global Currency Reset is here. Project Odin Martial Law on Telegram. The world is about to go through a terrible financial collapse. The Global Currency Reset, GCR, Nizar Jazara, and the Quantum Financial System, QFS, are no longer just rumors. The storm is here, and the powerful are working hard to keep the damage from spreading before you find out the truth. The Black Swan event is happening right in front of us. The world's biggest economies are broke. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand can't keep up with their debt any longer. The economy is falling apart, and a huge change is on the way that will affect everything. The Great Reset or the People's Reset. They want to keep you busy while they change the financial order in secret. The QFS is going to replace the corrupt banking system that has kept us in chains for hundreds of years, though. People say that this system is backed by gold and is fully decentralized. It will get rid of central banks and their criminal control over the world's money. The elites are aware that time is running out for them. They need the crash to happen the way they want it to. They need you to not be ready. But we can see through their lies. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is on its way. The EBS is ready to go in the middle of all this chaos. Why? The world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash, the banks go under, and the truth about Nizar Jazara comes out. We've reached the point of no return. The Federal Reserve is no more. The IMF is in a hurry. The dollar is falling apart, and the fiat money system is going up in flames. What will come out of the ashes? A fair system backed by assets that gives power back to the people. What you need to do right now? Get cash in hand before the banks close. Get rid of fiat money right away. Gold, silver, and cryptocurrencies, XRP, XLM, XDC, will be the new money base. Look out for EBS activation, the last revelation is on its way. The elites are scared because the people are becoming aware. The storm is here, and nothing can stop what's about to happen. Get ready for the worst, because the financial war is about to reach its peak. iGuru Information and Intel, Twos. April 28, 2026 Titanic to Kennedy Assassination to Q Movement, 107. J. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 29, 2026, Twos. April 28, 2026, Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait, as soon as possible, as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. President Donald J. Trump. Twos. April 28, 2026, breaking overnight intel drop, total shock, Trump targeted, Melania steps forward, Iran war clouds grow and King Charles arrives in D.C., intel drop, April 28, 2026. Twos. April 28, 2026, Code Red, Britain's last play, the hidden hand behind Trump's third assassination attempt, Twos. April 28, 2026, breaking, Supreme Court greenlights Texas map, GOP power surge of +5 House seats locked in for 2026, April 28, 2026. Twos. April 28, 2026, boom, special report, Florida moves to ban geoengineering, chemtrail bill sparks national firestorm. Twos. April 28, 2026, breaking bombshell, federal judge orders arrest warrant for James Comey, U.S. Marshals directed to take former FBI chief into custody in explosive escalation, April 28, 2026. K2s. April 28, 2026 confirmed, a body double of a fake King Charles was hosted at the White House today. The real Charles died March 28, 2026. His replacement was used in the U.S. visit, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. Trump steered talks to trade deals protecting American factories, equitable NATO payments, Iran, and the 250th anniversary of independence. He demanded concessions for workers and borders as the replica delivered handler scripted lines via hidden devices. Trump received intelligence on the death in advance with biometric scans and burial records proving the substitution. He confirmed all mismatches. The schedule enabled vital intelligence collection alongside America First advances in border security and manufacturing jobs. Teams logged makeup flaws and voice anomalies under scrutiny. The replica faces a congressional address and state dinner under bright lights exposing further issues. Plans include New York stops for memorial events with first responders before UK departure. Deep state operatives deployed the double to fight pro-American policies on tariffs and energy. Trump holds biometric evidence and full records from every encounter. The truth will be revealed to the public when President Trump chooses, exposing the London-Washington deception. American sovereignty remains the priority as the fake fails inspection. S2s. April 28, 2026. They didn't just miss. They exposed the entire operation. Read the manifesto of the man who tried to assassinate the commander-in-chief. Read it very carefully, Mr. Poole. The final chapter on Telegram. Cole Allen. 31. Caltech engineer. Kamala Harris donor. Self-proclaimed friendly federal assassin. He bypassed airport-level security with multiple weapons. He checked into the hotel days in advance. He traveled across the country by train to avoid TSA facial recognition. But here's the detail they are trying to scrub from the internet. He had a kill list of every top Trump official in the room, except one. He specifically wrote that he would not target FBI Director Kash Patel. Why does a radicalized leftist assassin spare the director of the FBI? Connect the dots. Move 1. The deep state realizes Trump is dismantling their medical and financial matrix. Move 2. They activate a highly intelligent, programmable asset with zero criminal record. Move 3. They leave the FBI director off the kill list to frame it as an inside job if Trump dies. It was a setup. A multi-layered coup. Bill already saw the board. He survived. He smiled. And he just handed the military tribunals their final piece of evidence. The piece he asked for yesterday. That was the final warning. May 5th. The storm doors open. Code, manifesto decoded / operation checkmate / sleeper cell burned. They are out of options. T2s. April 28, 2026 explosive. Congressman Eric Burleson confirms U.S. military controls giant unidentified craft at foreign site, structure built around object, Secret programs exposed, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson confirmed the United States military controls a giant unidentified craft at a secret foreign installation. The craft is so massive that engineers constructed a structure around it on site as it could not be transported to America. This exposes the scale of covert programs within the intelligence community. American forces guard the craft at a U.S.-operated facility on foreign soil. Burleson learned the details in secure classified briefings. The deep state buried this asset for decades to prevent breakthroughs delivering superior technology to the military and citizens. Globalists blocked advances that could shatter energy dependence and outdated weapons systems. Reverse engineering proceeds secretly while Americans face high fuel costs and vulnerable chains. The craft features propulsion-defying physics and advanced materials. The building was erected because the object defies movement. President Trump acts as the disclosure president pushing out hidden files. Burleson credits Trump with opening doors via the America First agenda to strengthen sovereignty. Trump dismantles information gatekeepers controlling what officials and the public know. This revelation comes as the executive branch battles bureaucratic resistance. Foreign partners helped maintain limits on American dominance. Taxpayers fund black projects without receiving benefits from discoveries. The deep state favors control over prosperity. The craft holds keys to cheap energy powering cities without oil and indestructible materials. Military uses would secure borders without foreign entanglements. Burleson seeks further investigation and possible site visits. Patriots in Congress challenge obstruction by officials serving global interests over the Constitution. Sovereignty is at stake as networks keep technology hidden. Citizens endure higher costs and compromised security from suppression. New industries could rise if technologies were released. Veterans deserve advanced gear from these assets. False narratives sustained unaccountable funding. Patriots demand answers on custody and deployment. The military controls this asset and must weaponize its secrets for the Republic. The time for full transparency has come to benefit the American people. U2's April 28, 2026 definition of New World Order. New World Order on Telegram. New World Order. SPLC equals DNC/GOP equals USAID equals CARE equals ABC equals CNN equals CBS equals UN equals PBS equals BLM equals LGBTQIA plus equals NBC equals HHS equals WHO equals WEF equals BIS equals AMA equals CIA equals MI6 equals Red Cross equals Open Society equals Clinton Foundation equals a global monetary washing machine financed by a global banking cartel hidden by a legal cartel financed by the banking cartel that finances team players of all colors, stripes and industries that go along to get along with the cult. Soon every cell phone on the planet will be hit with 7 trumpet sounds transmitted from the Starlink satellites, bypassing the elite-controlled media channels. The alliance has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. This week the world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash, banks go under, and across the world, the global currency reset replaces our fiat economy with gold/asset-backed currencies that trade at a 1-to-1 with each other. This truth of the Nizar and Jazara laws was scheduled to be implemented worldwide beginning Friday, May 1, 2026. On that Friday, 1st of May, with President Trump in full control, the largest transfer of wealth in human history occurs when the world changes from the deep state cabal's old fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025, all going to destroy America. Be possible timing. On Thursday, April 30, 2026, the old world ends. The EBS will activate Tesla free energy to the general public worldwide. The Tesla protocol includes the quantum financial system. FISA surveillance expires and all intercepts must be acted on before 30th of April. Epstein hearing subpoenas must be issued before April 30th. 107 on Telegram. On Friday, May 1, 2026 at 3:33 UTC, a pulse from Cheyenne Mountain will ignite Phase 7 of the QFS activation. Before Friday, 1st of May, get your ID confirmed on the new quantum financial system. Between Sunday, June 28, 2026 and Friday, July 3, 2026, confirmed ID citizens in each country would receive a strange secure link to the new quantum financial system. The link will walk you through how to onboard onto your new money account, wallet, where you already have a digitized asset-backed sovereign balance, plus have mirrored your old bank account balance. If you suddenly receive a strange secure link, it's not a scam, it's your portal. However, your ID must be confirmed before Friday, May 1, 2026. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, Quantum Financial System activated, global access via QFS. Free for all, ending big pharma gatekeeping. Longevity becomes reality. Additional medbed pods deployed in major restored Republic centers. On Monday, May 4, 2026, Trump addresses nation on health freedom victory. Light triumphs over darkness. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026, world unites in healing stories. Cabal medical tyranny ends. Anti-aging and full regeneration protocols become available for key supporters of the Great Awakening. Which meant Trump was forming a restored republic that would abide by concepts of the original Constitution and encouraging other nations to do the same. Which meant having free and fair elections, that in the U.S. were expected by July 4, 2026. Which meant forming a global gold/asset-backed economy. So on Saturday, May 2, 2026, all banks worldwide were scheduled to switch from the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, which would take away the cabal's stolen money supply and take down the deep state cabal. Which meant Trump could and would give the people's monies back to the people. We would be free from debt. All that, right before the 2020 election, President Trump secretly signed an executive order declaring the nation to be under martial law. The purpose was to create a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. Trump actually won the 2020 election by an over 80% margin according to a military count of official watermarked ballots that traced which votes were valid, or not. Before Trump left office in 2021, he not only had extensive proof of 2020 election fraud, but as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military and Global Military Alliance, he had gathered thousands of indictments ruled upon by grand juries in various states, against global and political elites mainly charged with treason, pedophilia, and human trafficking. Now Trump has begun making mass arrests of those elites, including what was estimated to be 80% of Congress. In December 2020, with the nation under martial law, Biden was arrested, charged, convicted in a military tribunal and executed for sedition and treason. Biden's so-called presidential inauguration was actually his funeral that was partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set and in a fake White House built for the purpose. Now, with most of Congress already arrested and facing tribunals, that movie, played by actors and clones for the past 6 years since 2020, was coming to an end. Soon an emergency broadcast system will introduce all, including martial law, to the public until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS will also ask the public to stay in a place of their choice for 3 days of darkness when planned cyber attacks will decimate satanic sites around the world. Planes and trains will be grounded across the globe. Communications will be cut, TV, radio and the internet down, and cell phones only work for 911 calls, or with a special app the military will hand out to the public. A partial worldwide lockdown will continue for 10 days, where a single website and web channel will broadcast disclosure of events 8 hours a day in a loop. In the middle of it all, on Saturday, May 2, 2026, the worldwide gold/asset-backed quantum financial system will replace the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system. President Trump has arranged for citizens worldwide to be reimbursed monies taken by the cabal. On Thursday, April 30, 2026, Old World ends with EBS activating Tesla free energy, QFS and medbeds. FISA expires, sparking arrests of traitors in election fraud and trafficking. Patriots stock up for the shift. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, QFS operational globally. Additional medbed pods activate, allowing mass healings. Jazara debt forgiveness begins as gold-backed prosperity reigns and fiat dies. Deep state control grid collapses. On Monday, May 4, 2026, Trump addresses health freedom, exposing big pharma horrors. Martial law and EBS disclosures secure cities. Monday, April 27, 2026, the activation of NISR/Jazara accelerates on May 1, 2026, applying global debt cancellation, dissolving corrupt tax structures and channeling trillions recovered from the fortunes of the cabal directly to sovereign accounts protected by the QFS worldwide. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, completes its full integration on May 1, 2026, securing gold-guaranteed digital accounting records in 209 countries, cutting central bank control and pre-financing patriotic ransom portfolios with unbreakable quantum cryptography. The QFS Golden Rush kicks off on May 2, 2026, flooding with liquidity unprecedented ISO 20022 compatible assets like XRP and XLM, crashing the dominance of fiat and unleashing the largest transfer of wealth in human history. Monday, April 27, 2026. Emergency Broadcast System and Martial Law. President Trump. President Donald J. Trump has said, "We will soon be liberated in this land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light." Confirmation, to the public, of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned, and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and ensure special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted fully. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news, to all citizens. Organizations and/or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-written to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations, at home and abroad. The event, EBS, Jazar Activation, G-Event Finalization Jazar Law and EBS, the last calibration before global acknowledgement of Jazar Law, the EBS, and irreversible system-wide disclosure, Tier 4B Martial Law. There is a reason the lights are flickering, the satellites are shifting, and the data flows are being rerouted. The entire planet is now entering the most advanced stage of military transition ever orchestrated. This is not theoretical. This is not speculation. This is operational. Behind the scenes, all 34 targeted structures are now confirmed to be mapped by Orbital DO systems. Vatican server backups were extracted during last week's blackout drills. Rothschild-owned clearinghouses in Belgium, Israel, and New York were seized in silent night raids under the cover of cyber disruptions. Chinese crypto fraud networks, controlled by Khazarian intermediaries, are being wiped, permanently, and replaced with ISO 20022 rails tethered to gold. The EBS, contrary to media silence, has already completed a successful trial across 10 strategic regions, each running pre-broadcast suppression diagnostics under Project Odin's oversight. This is how you flip the switch without collapsing the psyche of an unprepared world. Quantum systems check. Starlink Lattice is now in full quantum grid sync across 5 orbital tiers. Project Odin uplinks confirmed to override Mossad media satellite feeds. QFS data injection trials began silently across IMF outposts last week. ISO token pathways were tested for 72 hours inside EU's central clearing hubs. The event itself is biblical, not in metaphor, but in consequence. The fake World War III panic will act as the ignition event, the emotional catalyst to bring every sleeping citizen to full attention. Sirens will blare. TV signals will vanish. Markets will plunge. People will scream. And then, silence. In that void, everything shifts. Expect Tesla energy relay pulses activating across 9 test zones, media asset purges, coordinated and irreversible, vaulted execution footage from tribunals to air via secure EBS protocol, activation of rainbow-backed digital wallets in all aligned nations. Strategic resignation or arrests of remaining public cabal figures. The illusion is collapsing. The real structure is already in place. QFS. Medbeds. Biometric sovereign systems. Justice grids. Quantum truth hubs. Everything we told you was coming, is already functional. Guru Information and Intel. On Monday, April 27, 2026 there are 13 families who rule the world, the shadow forces behind the New World Order, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. The shadow forces behind the New World Order follow a calculated slow agenda for complete control over humanity and Earth's resources. Known as the totalitarian tiptoe, this strategy advances in small steps so the public barely notices their liberties being taken away as the NWO power structure expands. Sitting at the top of the pyramid is the Council of the 13 Families, an ultra-elite group that orchestrates major world events. These are the most powerful bloodlines who consider themselves descendants of ancient gods with the right to rule over everyone else. The families are Rothschild, Bruce, Cavendish, de Medici, Hanover, Habsburg, Krupp, Plantagenet, Rockefeller, Romanov, Sinclair, Warburg, and Windsor. The Rothschild lead this group with enormous wealth estimated at $500 trillion, controlling the global banking empire. They operate through key institutions including the City of London, the U.S. Federal Reserve, the Vatican, and Washington, D.C. Each functions as an independent sovereign entity beyond normal laws and courts. Secret societies serve as lower-level branches carrying out the agenda while their members remain unaware of the true masters. The greatest tool of enslavement is the financial system, turning people into currency slaves. Most work unfulfilling jobs solely for the next paycheck, never achieving real security. This keeps individuals too busy and stressed for self-education or spiritual awakening. The elite want obedient workers, not freethinkers. Forward-thinking individuals like Jacques Fresco have designed plans for a resource-based economy with self-sustaining cities built by advanced robots. In this future, money becomes obsolete and people can reach their full potential. The time has come for patriots and truth-seekers to awaken. Humanity must choose between submitting to the New World Order, or uniting in peaceful resistance to build a free world without elite financial control. Monday, April 27, 2026 Update. Trump's no more property taxes push gains force. DeSantis moves to eliminate property taxes, 6 states cut to zero. Monday, April 27, 2026 Breaking military intel. U.S. Space Force activates Golden Dome, $3.2 billion shield to dominate the skies. Monday, April 27, 2026 Exposed. Rh-negative blood, intelligence, mythology, and super soldiers. Why are many Rh-negative people being tracked by intelligence agencies? Monday, April 27, 2026 JFK's historic speech, April 27, 1961, Expose, Obama, Hillary, Bush, Pope Francis, military tribunals, crimes against humanity and NWO. Monday, April 27, 2026 $4,650 billion, $4.6 trillion, missing from Pentagon, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The Pentagon just failed its 8th audit in a row. 8 years. 8 failures. And they still can't tell you where $4.65 trillion in assets went. Not millions. Not billions. Trillions. They spend $800 million a year. They just requested $1.5 trillion for next year, the largest military budget in human history. And they can't pass a basic audit. Any corporation that failed 8 audits would be in prison. But the Pentagon? They get a raise. Where does money go when nobody's watching? Black budget programs. Facilities with no name. Projects with no paper trail. Technology that doesn't officially exist. In September 2001, Donald Rumsfeld stood at a podium and announced that $2.3 trillion was missing from the Pentagon. The next day, September 11, the exact office investigating those missing funds was hit. The accountants died. The investigation died. The money stayed missing. Now it's not $2.3 trillion. It's $4.65 trillion. The number doubled. The silence stayed the same. Until Doge walked in. Musk's team accessed systems no civilian has ever touched. They found ghost accounts. Phantom employees. Payments to entities that don't exist. May 15. Internal Doge report drops. They know where the money went. And it wasn't spent on defense. $4.65 trillion unaccounted for. Monday, April 27, 2026 Hillary Clinton funded the notorious terrorist jihadist group ISIS with $80 billion of U.S. taxpayer monies, plus huge arms exports from the U.S., white hats on Telegram. Never forget Julian Assange's leaked emails on Clinton. There's an early 2014 email from Hillary Clinton not so long after she left Secretary of State, to her campaign manager John Podesta. That email states that ISIL is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Under Hillary Clinton, and our Clinton emails reveal, the largest ever arms deal in the world was made with Saudi Arabia, more than $80 billion. In fact, During her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States, in terms of their dollar value, doubled. And of course the consequence of that is that this notorious terrorist jihadist group called ISIL or ISIS is created largely with money from the very people who are giving money to the Clinton Foundation. Monday, April 27, 2026, it's time for RICO charges to destroy this criminal syndicate once and for all, from the top, all the way down to the foot soldiers and NGOs, Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025, all going to destroy America. The Government Accountability Institute, GAI, analysis presented directly to the Trump administration, mapped over $159.7 million in grants from major left-wing donor networks straight into organizations categorized as domestic extremists. These aren't random donations. They're strategic investments in what Guy calls the protest industrial complex. A web of fiscal sponsors, dark money pass-throughs, and activist NGOs that turn ideology into street action, campus disruption. Narrative control, political pressure, mostly funded by your taxpayer dollars funneled through grants and organizations like USAID and corrupt goes to destroy America and turn it into a third world, Marxist garbage of a country. Monday, April 27, 2026. Whoa, the taxpayer money laundering must be insane. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The Federal Reserve has revealed that U.S. NGOs have more in assets than the combined 2025 GDP estimates for Japan, Germany and India combined. The combined assets held by U.S. NGOs equals $14.2 trillion of your tax money. India and Japan's GDP each just over $4 trillion, Germany $5 trillion, about $13.5 trillion together. Guess what? The combined assets held by U.S. NGOs equals $14.2 trillion of your tax money and that of your children and grandchildren and great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. Ever wonder why everything is so absolutely unaffordable today? It's not actually rocket science. Government has forgotten the fundamental reasons for which it was formed to serve and protect our civil liberties. It has inverted the entire formula and decided that we are the ones here to serve, to work, and through our individual labors to support their desires and the behemoth of a bureaucracy that has emanated from those desires. As of 2025, United States nonprofits held about $13.40 to $14.1 trillion in total assets. Including cash, investments, real estate, etc., it has grown from $7 trillion a decade ago. This is based on Federal Reserve data. Our Monday, April 27, 2026. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. confirms we have been poisoned with fluoride in our tap water. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. RFK Jr. The more fluoride you get, the higher levels in your drinking water, urine, the more likely it is you lose IQ and also other neurological injuries like ADHD. Fluoride should not be in our water. Fluoride had a strong justification in the 1940s when it was added and people didn't understand the science and they thought its benefit to our teeth was systemic. By drinking it, it would enter your body and somehow protect your teeth. Now we know that there is no systemic advantage, zero systemic advantage. The evidence against fluoride is overwhelming in animals. In animal models and in human models we know that it causes IQ loss, profound IQ loss and it's dose-related. April 27, 2026, update. Alcatraz becomes the new Gitmo, military prepares island, prison plans revealed, Q on Telegram. Military teams are preparing to move on to Alcatraz Island in the coming weeks to transform the old prison into a high-security detention center. This establishes the new Gitmo on American soil. President Trump signed the order funding the full project from construction to operation. Cell blocks will hold up to 500 people with thick reinforced concrete, electronic locks, cameras everywhere, and biometric scanners on doors. Isolation units with separate air and sound controls target global elites who destroyed American jobs, opened borders, and pushed damaging policies on citizens. Military tribunal rooms in the main building will host judges for treason, election interference, and economic sabotage cases. Advanced security ensures fast proceedings under Pentagon rules away from civilian courts. The island features top security including razor wire fences with sensors, non-stop Coast Guard boat patrols, and drones monitoring miles of airspace. Only authorized military enter while the bay location prevents escapes and rescues by elite protectors. Funding begins with $152 million redirected from foreign aid and wasteful spending. This uses taxpayer dollars to lock up those responsible for higher energy bills, factory closures, and community crime. Upcoming arrests target elites from finance, tech, and politics who backed open borders and offshored jobs. They arrive guarded at Alcatraz for asset seizure with proceeds returning to Americans, breaking deep state power. Work starts clearing tourist buildings, fixing structures, and adding wings. Self-sufficient power generators and water systems plus medical areas keep it independent. Initial cells open soon with tribunals following. The project dismantles the two-tier justice system that shielded rich globalists. Families hurt by bad policies now see accountability as border areas gain safety from the strong deterrent. Federal authority pushes the timeline forward without delays. It integrates with America First priorities like secure borders and domestic energy. First cases are set for this summer. Military equipment loads as teams train and funding flows steadily. The elites confront the end of impunity. Trump has delivered with Alcatraz as the new Gitmo. Those trying to break America will face justice within its walls as the Republic prevails.
Hello, everybody. This is Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Did President Trump use the White House presidential congressional correspondence dinner as a snub of enemies of the people? So, I've thought about this because, no one was hurt in that shooting. And we're seeing results of, the shooter having been somehow involved with J.D. Vance's wife. I guess he had some kind of wheelchair that had brakes, and she was at an event that he was presenting at. So there's some kind of, connection there. And, many of us have looked at that, and it just seems so wrong on so many levels. The Secret Service, and, there's not that many shots and no one gets hurt, right? If someone was there running around with a gun, they'd have their head blown off, right? So now this was the first time that Trump had been at a press conference since Obama snubbed him, 15 years ago. So was this a snub? Because Obama, snubbed him, and the military hated Obama. I know. I was in the CIA at the time. John Brennan. I helped find Osama bin Laden. So he held up the Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 from going in a day so he could do that press conference and snub President Trump. So he held up SEAL Team 6 from going in. They were supposed to go in the day of him doing that press conference and snubbing President Trump. So did President Trump pay them back? Pay him back, right? So let's look at some of this. I'm going to pull up the screen, and Matt Bissonnette, who was like me at SEAL Team 6, Red Squadron. I was at Red Squadron, SEAL Team 6. Matt Bissonnette and also Rob O'Neill was on that mission. I wrote a book, The Intuitive Warrior, where I talked about how I was involved in finding Osama bin Laden, and then SEAL Team 6, Red Squadron, that was my squadron. Red Squadron is one of several squadrons at SEAL Team 6. They were the one chosen to do the hit. That was my squadron. And I helped find Osama bin Laden. So I wrote my book. Those guys, Rob O'Neill and Matt Bissonnette, wrote books, and the military came after them and took away their books after they had made millions. After Obama got reelected probably for saying that he found and took out Osama bin Laden. And he said that SEAL Team 6, which was out of place for him to say that, because SEAL Team 6, top secret organization, but he basically exposed them. So was President Trump, paying back the press, paying back, Obama? I think so, right? So let's look at some of this. It's very, very interesting from if you look at it from that perspective. So this is Matt Bissonnette. He's on, show with basically talking about this. And he says on the Sean Ryan show, never forget 15 years ago tonight, in 2011, President Obama pushed back the Osama bin Laden raid one day so he could attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner and slam then President Trump, who was, just someone in the public. So this is the difference between President Obama and President Trump. Trump would never have made the White House, press corps a priority. Never, right? So this was also the night that Obama's priority was to embarrass citizen Trump in public. It backfired, and tonight is the 15-year anniversary of the night, and this was last night, he created President Trump.
So, why did we crash? Because President Obama needed to hit the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
The U.S. tracked al-Qaeda couriers to a house in a town called Abbottabad, deep inside Pakistan. On April 30th last year, Mr. Obama and Panetta made a point of being seen at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Panetta's belly laugh was heard at every presidential punch.
All right, so John Brennan, who was the guy that, outlined this attack, and he made millions. Obama is multimillionaire many times over. The guy that basically was in charge, the admiral, got $50 million from Amazon for attacking President Trump, I believe. So the admiral that was in charge that night, Navy SEAL, former Navy SEAL admiral, he made $50 million, but Matt Bissonnette and Rob O'Neill had their books taken away, and all the millions that they made, publishing their book. I was also attacked. And so this is what they do to those of us that are on the ground military types guys. While they, laugh it off, laugh it up, and destroy America.
People think bin Laden is hiding in the Hindu Kush, but did you know that every day from 4 to 5 he hosts a show on C-SPAN?
But both men knew they had just pulled the trigger. SEAL Team 6 would launch in 16 hours.
The risks were enormous, going in that far, the prospect of detection, the prospect that, one of these helicopters might go down.
Not surprising, all right? Not surprising at effing all right? Because when we were going in, downrange, CIA, when we were going downrange, risking our lives to find Osama bin Laden, he was on us like every day almost. How you guys doing? What's going on? And he was at meetings, and once we found Osama bin Laden, there was no more, and things stopped, and we started getting attacked, and my book got released, and my book got attacked eventually by Amazon. All the people that had come in and had wrote glowingly about my book, all of those glowing, good things were taken away. And then people came in and attacked my book, and they got pushed up by algorithms, and people came in and liked what all these attacks that were coming in on my book. And I had to ask people, hey, can you come in and down thumb those people and come in and make good comments on my book? My book was like blowing up, and then it went whoop, and it's never recovered, right? So this is what these people do. We know the Amazon is part of the CIA. It's corrupt. I work for the CIA. I can't say the CIA is all bad. I work with some great people in the CIA. The CIA, good part of the CIA was part of taking down Osama bin Laden. And then there's the evil side, right? So part of that evil side is the press, guys. Now, President Trump, for a long time, from that point on, where Obama criticized Trump at that press, club dinner, and President Trump was sitting there. This was during the time frame where Citizen Trump was trying to get Obama to release his birth certificate. It's like, where's your birth certificate, dude? We know you weren't born in America. Of course, they created one, and the woman that signed it in Hawaii died in a helicopter crash in 3 feet of water, and everybody else survived the helicopter crash, but she's the one that drowned in 3 feet of water. So it is what these people do, and I think Trump paid it back. So he had been to one of these shitbag press dinners since then for 15 years, and he went to one last night, and or the night before, whatever. And so then they had a shooting. No one got hurt. All those shots fired, and no one got hurt, right? Well, supposedly one guy got hurt, but he's okay. And the shooter, nothing, right? So, it destroyed the dinner, right? The dinner's off. And so Trump said, yeah, we'll do another one in 30 days or so. There's going to be other things that are going on in 30 days, and that's probably not going to happen. All right, so let's look at the past. We know that Trump has been basically exposing the press, since before he came into office the first time. He would say, the enemy of the people, and he would point to the press. He's been saying that for the last decade, right? So why last night or the night before did he decide that let's have a press correspondence dinner, right? White House the correspondence dinner. Why? I think he had a little surprise for him. Here's a little piece of what you guys have been doing, involved in. I think that's what happened, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll look at it like that, okay? So look at the way Trump has been going after them.
Trump ramps up rhetoric on media, calls press the enemy of the people, by Brett Samuels. President Trump said Friday that the press is truly the enemy of the people, ratcheting up his use of the derisive label to attack the news media. The press is doing everything within their power to fight the magnificence of the phrase, "Make America Great Again," Trump tweeted. They can't stand the fact that this administration has done more than virtually any other administration in its first 2 years, he continued. They are truly the enemy of the people. The press is doing everything within their power to fight the magnificence of the phrase, "Make America Great Again." They can't stand the fact that this administration has done more than virtually any other administration in its first 2 years. They are truly the enemy of the people. Donald J. Trump at Real Donald Trump, April 5th, 2019. The president has previously described specific outlets and fake news as the enemy of the people, but so far had not used the characterization to describe the full press corps. Trump issued the tweet hours after he said he would not attend this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner, telling reporters that it was too negative. Trump previously declined to attend last year's dinner. Mossad's. It was not...
All right. So what changed his mind? Oh, yeah, let's get together and have dinner. Let's get together and have dinner, guys. Let's show everybody how great you guys are. The press corps. Yeah. Let's show everybody how great you guys are. The enemy from within. Trump calls Democrats more dangerous than U.S. foreign adversaries. Trump was answering a question about how he would handle any Washington bureaucrats who might try to undermine him in a potential second term. Former President Donald Trump called Democrats and others, so obviously this was just before he was reelected, called Democrats and others who have opposed or investigated him as the enemy from within in an interview that aired Sunday, describing them as more dangerous than major foreign adversaries of the United States, including Russia and China. Trump specifically singled out those whom he called lunatics that we have inside, like Adam Schiff, referring to the California representative and Democratic nominee for Senate, right? He also talked about Nancy Pelosi and many others, right? So did they stage that shooting? Seems to me they staged it. I said that yesterday, talking about the shooting that happened the day before, right? So I looked at it and I'm like, this dog don't bark, right? There's something wrong here, right? There's too many things that are not quite right, right? Too many things that are not quite like the other, right? All right. Now, when he spoke to the military, he had he called in all the military from all over the world to come in that weren't, needed, and filled up an auditorium. And so he spoke to them and he talked about some of this stuff. So the enemy within, the enemy of the people, and the Washington press corps has been basically ostracized, right? Their little get together, they thought they're going to get together, and you could see them after the shooting, whatever that was, and they're leaving, and they're like boozing it, they're drinking what's left on the tables, they're taking unopened bottles and stuffing them in their purses and underneath their coats. What a bunch of enemy of the people, all right? Enemy of the people. So they basically, showed what they are. So clown world with Obama. So let's bring it back to Obama. So Obama basically had his little statements of what happened that night. Of course, he's got to throw his little pea brain 2 cents in. Clown world. Obama thinks Trump's would-be assassin's motive is mystery wrapped in an enigma, right? So who else said that? That was, they were talking about the Enigma machine, I believe. That was back in World War II. Former President Barack Obama insisted Sunday the details of the motives of an armed man who allegedly tried to storm the White House Correspondents Association dinner were unknown, hours after a media outlet published the suspect's manifesto. Cole Allen, 31-year-old teacher from Torrance, California, appeared in court today, arraigned on charges of using a firearm in a violent crime and assaulting a federal officer. All right. So this is some of the things that were said, although we don't yet have the details about the motives behind last night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's incumbent upon all of us to reject the idea that violence has any place in our democracy. Although the Democrats have been calling for that against Republicans for quite some, and conservatives for quite some time, all the way back to the Civil War, right? Obama wrote, "It's also a sobering reminder of the courage and sacrifice that U.S. Secret Service agents show every day, even though Democrats have voted or not voted to fund them for over 2 months now. I'm grateful to them and thankful that the agent who was shot is going to be okay." Obama did not immediately respond to a request for comment from the Daily Caller News Foundation. In the manifesto sent to his family minutes before he allegedly exchanged gunfire with U.S. Secret Service agents, Allen declared his intention to target senior Trump administration officials, with the notable exception of FBI Director Kash Patel. "And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes," Allen wrote. "Why didn't you do anything about Joe Biden then?" "Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago. But this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it." Allen stated that any Trump administration official, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest, would be a target of his planned rampage. "I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that," Allen wrote. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. He doesn't really want to shoot them, but hey, they're there hanging out with who he believes is a rapist, a pedophile, and a traitor. Man, that just sounds like all those deep state bubbas, right? And that's what we've been, revealing for quite some time now. But maybe that manifesto is a message to everyone out there that you think Trump's those things. What about all the other people? All right. So I think that this is being revealed. I don't think Trump wanted to have dinner with those a-holes. All right. I think they planned this and no one got hurt. All right. So everyone, even Kerry Lake, people that were there, the White House, press secretary was like, "There's going to be shots fired tonight," before the event happened. She was heard speaking to the press. So, I think they're basically telegraphing, and they're telegraphing and exposing the press. This was another press exposure, guys. So regardless of whether, they planned it or staged it or if it was just some kind of unusual, everything just seemed off, but it didn't happen. It happened the way it did. I don't think so. So Carrie Lake, she was there. She said the security at this event is atrocious. I've never seen anything like it. If you had a ticket, they barely looked at it and just waved you in. They didn't look in bags, nothing. So sounds like they were just going to shut it down right from the beginning, guys. And that's what they did. All right. It's very interesting these days. So, I'm observing, I'm watching. These are just my thoughts. I don't know. It could have happened that way, but maybe there's nothing like that, right? Maybe it really happened the way it did, and things were just so screwed up like that, which I completely doubt. I mean, we're in a war right now with Iran, and you really think they would have security that lax? No, they wouldn't, right? Do you think that Secret Service is that slow? One guy was even commenting. He said that the reason why Trump, took that long, because he was telling Secret Service, take care of my wife. And the reason why he went down is because his wife was crawling out or something. I can tell you, having worked those details, guys, when you're in charge of security, and when you move somebody, and when it's time for someone, high value target, to get moved, you move them. They don't talk to you like, oh, no. I'm gonna raise my fist here. No, stop, my wife. And no, stop, I'm gonna do this. Oh, where are my shoes? No. It's like they're out of there. You see any of these, you look at any of these shootings that have happened for real, there's so much security on that person, they're gone, right? It's done, right? So, yeah, I think it was staged. Right? And it was staged to basically, ruin the correspondence dinner, because he does not like them. He thinks they're the enemy of the people. He's been pointing that out for over a decade, right? So I think this is what we're looking at. All right, guys, stay in the love vibration. Keep it on mind. And we're going to see a lot more of this stuff get revealed. At some point, we're probably going into Iran and take down that terrorist group that's, trying to run the world. It's not going to happen. And these people that are in the press that are evil too, they're probably going to go by too, right? Soon. All right. Lots of love, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. First Amendment of the Constitution, right to free speech, has been under attack on social media for at least 6 years now, going on more. Now that many of us were bringing to humanity, I being one of those in the early stages of it. I started in December of 2019, and then in January of 2021, on a daily basis, the bioweapon attack, right? That was created in China laboratories, right? Under the help of Anthony Fauci. Some of us have heard, some of us have been, talking about this for many, many years. Many scientists, bioweapon scientists and so forth, came out about that. For myself, I, in the SEAL teams for 24 years and in the CIA for 11 years, we looked at bioweapons, right? We looked at them, and that was one of the things that we thought was going to be the next major attack. And sure enough, on 2019, December 2019, those attacks started in China and started spreading around the world, right? So we have, learned a lot since then. Now, when I started to reveal, I also started to reveal of ways that you could protect yourself. One of those was taking grapefruit rind, boiling it, and making your own hydroxychloroquine. That was heavily suppressed throughout social media. So that was the first indication that I saw that the First Amendment, constitutional right to free speech, was being decimated. Who was doing it, right? So we look at Big Pharma. They seem to have still a lot of control. And a lot of people have talked about that. I've talked about it on shows. There's lots of discussion about that. But I think, wink, wink, we can say pretty much that that is a real thing, right? But for those social media sites, this one that I'm broadcasting from, they still seem to be under their thumb, right? So we have to be very careful of the things that we share that can help humanity. I just saw Dr. Judy Mankiewicz was on a show, Scott McKay on Rumble, and she was talking about how they will do another attack, right? They being deep state, right? Other bad actors and so forth that did the last attack. But the only thing that protects us is that we share information, that we share ways to protect ourselves, and that we gather together and push back, that we don't do that masking, that we don't self-isolate and the things that they want us to do, right? To try and manipulate and control us. So it is, going to be, I think in the future, very, very, problematic for the deep state, because we're waking up and we're sharing information and we're sharing methods that, keep us safe and well. So one of those that I've been sharing for a long time is LifeWave. And I had David Schmidt, who's the founder of LifeWave, came out and talked about how the patches, the X39, could, push back and help us against the bioweapon attack that went into our arms, right? Not my arms and not a lot of your arms, but in many people's arms. A very great number of humanity succumbed to the MK Ultra attack on consciousness and forced people to pretty much get something that was not good for them, right? So there are ways that we can overcome that. And if we, work together and share information, then we can, not only survive, but thrive, right? So on my website, lifewavemichaeljaco.com, there is new technology that's come out from David Schmidt. It's the X2O. It's a water machine. And it is the next generation in wellness. So his patches, his Celergize, and then the LifeWave X2O water machine goes to the next level. And so if you look at my website, you will see that. Now, as of now, you have to be on a waiting list to get the X2O water machine. Now, I have the water machine, and so do a lot of other people, but and 3,000 of them have actually been, distributed at this point. So the water machine, what does it do? How does it help you? What's so special about it? It's basically infusing your body with light. So when God said, let there be light, and there was light in the world, we are beings of light. Now, when we're compromised, when we're sick, when we have health issues, that's usually a lack of light. So this water machine actually infuses us with light and helps us overcome lots of different problems, makes us not only well, but takes us to another level. For me, it's helped me overcome a lot of different things that were troubling me. These things that have helped me and other people, may not work for you. We have to say that, of course, wink, wink, but there are many things that, the water machine has been helping, including those people that have been in hospice. Some people that have been drinking water from the water machine have left hospice. Right. So, and what is the problem with a lot of people is the lack of light, right, in their bodies. So, infusing the body with light, overcomes a lot of different things. So hydrated, but still tired, unfocused, or run down. This machine basically gives cellular hydration, energy and metabolic support, smooth and unique taste, removes contaminants from the body. It's wellness from within and antioxidant activity. So this is water reimagined. All right, so you can go through this, gives you excellent insights. You want to begin with X39, the patches, elevate with Cellergize, and amplify with LifeWave X2O. So we recommend that you're on the X39 and then upgrade to the Cellergize, which is basically a morning and evening, which the morning one has buckhorn extract, which is known to help the stem cells activate, which the X39 does as well. So combined, you're activating your stem cells. Then, of course, uniqueness. It's a patented light infusion technology, infuses light into the water you drink. It's the only one of its kind. There's never been anything like it. There's nothing like it out there, right? So it's fantastic, backed by science, built for wellness, and supports your wellness. And results are in seconds. So when I first drank the water, I noticed like my throat chakra seemed like light was coming from my throat chakra. My brain seemed like it lit up. I felt light. It's been fantastic. And most people get incredible results right away, right? So these are some of the things that you can also experience, with the water machine. And let's go into what David is saying about the water machine. So the water machine is the result of 7 years worth of research and millions of dollars that David has put into, researching and developing the LifeWave X2O machine. So here he is talking about it.
I've been doing for the past 2 years when I've been talking about X2O. I've really been going over the development behind it and what the discovery was that led to this. And for those people that hadn't heard it before, I had made this discovery, this observation on light emission from lobsters, and that the wavelengths of light coming off specific regions in lobsters, namely the blood for one, the shell for another, that there was a mathematical code that linked them all together. And you could find this exact same code in the very first sentence of the book of Genesis. So I talked about that quite a bit. I've shown results from our clinical studies, but I realized that up until now, I haven't really explained the science behind this on how it's possible to trap light inside of water. So your team tonight, this is going to be the first time I've ever talked about this. So I'm really excited about that.
That's amazing. Yeah, you've got the floor. Let's go for it.
All right, let's do it. So hopefully I can share screen here. All right. Okay. Okay, so of course we're talking about X2O, and this is the first and the only water technology that will infuse water with light. Now, the benefit to this is that because the light gets trapped inside the water, when you drink the water, the light is released inside the body. So what are going to be the benefits to this, and how exactly do we do this? How is it possible? So first, we'll go over what the legal compliant claims are. Our studies, when we do them, we show a whole variety of different benefits, and then we have to put those studies in front of our legal. So some of the benefits that you can expect from this system is that first, it's going to improve hydration. So you can think of this like a structured water product. Normally, we take different types of minerals, add it to water, and it will cause the water to form a structure. So this reduces the surface tension in the water, and that makes the water enter the inside of the cell much more efficiently. So when we're talking about improving hydration, that's what we're really talking about. We see improvements in energy production, improvements in metabolism. You'll notice right away that the water is extremely smooth. Most people can drink an entire glass of this water very quickly because it is so smooth. It displays antioxidant activity amongst other things. And of course, we have a filtration system, a dual stage filtration system for removing contaminants. We've also designed this system to work with X39 and Celergize. So a good way to use this is to put your Celergize into the X2O water when you start your day, along with an X39 patch on the back of your neck.
Now, what I do, and the first thing that I do when I get up in the morning, is I drink a full glass, about 15 ounces of the X2O water. And like David's saying, it's very smooth. I drink it right down. And, you know, it rehydrates me. I wait a little bit. Then I do a cup of coffee. I wait a little bit longer. You know, I go through my emails and catch up on what's going on in the world on the internet. And then I do the Celergize AM. And I do it with the X2O water. And like David's saying, it's very smooth. And with the Celergize, it mixes very easily. With regular water, it doesn't mix as easily. You can mix it, of course, but it takes a little bit more. But with the X2O water, it mixes very quickly, and you taste it. It's very, very delicious, very smooth. I take my supplements with it as well, because not only does it, go into the system very quickly because of the X2O water, but some people need some kind of food or something when they take their supplements. So that's what the Celergize does. But for me, the Celergize, along with my supplements, they get absorbed very quickly. I would not take medications with it. It's not that it's not recommended. You can try it, of course, but I would say that they're going to absorb into the body much, much faster. So you have to be your own, judge of that. But as far as like supplements, I love to take it with my supplements because my supplements get absorbed extremely well, right?
All of these three products work together really, really well, and they have great benefits. So the basic way that we could describe the system, there's more to it than this, but the first and the most important part is that we have this light infusion technology, which I'll be talking about tonight, about how exactly that works. And then we have two different stages of filtration, which are on the side of the unit. One of these stages is going to put hydrogen into the water. However, the benefits that you get from drinking this water are not exclusively from hydrogen. The primary benefits are from the light infusion. So in fact, when we did our first 5 clinical studies, it was only on the light infused water. We hadn't infused it with hydrogen at that point. Okay, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. So light has been around a pretty long time. Light's been around from the very beginning of creation. But what exactly is light? What's interesting is that for most of recorded history, however long you believe history is the greatest minds historically have not been able to clearly state what light is. Many people have had guesses, but we haven't been able to define it. And what's remarkable is that our health completely depends on light. Our body is designed to process light, and we even have photons, biophotons of light inside of our body, yet we've had a difficult time defining exactly what it is. So that's an important question. So then, how do we exactly go about infusing light into water? That doesn't seem like it would be something that would be possible. So is there a scientific way to explain this? And there is. So to understand the complexity of this problem, we're going to take a very brief tour on the history of the science of light. And then you'll get a better idea of what I'm talking about here. So first, in 1672, we have Isaac Newton, one of the greatest scientists of all time. His thinking at that point in time was that light was a stream of particles. And he did these experiments with prisms, and he determined that light was a particle. And because Newton was so prominent, you have to remember, he gave us a gravitational constant. Because Newton was so highly regarded, his theory or hypothesis that light was composed of particles was accepted back in that day. But yet, right around the same time, other scientists were saying, well, wait a minute now. Light seems to behave like a wave. Light will reflect, light will bend. This seems to act more like a wave than a particle. So there's these two opposing scientific views. Which is it? Then in 1801, you have Thomas Young. Now, this is a very famous experiment called the double slit experiment. And it's so famous, people still talk about it today because it has some very powerful implications. But quite simply, you run photons of light through these two slits. And you can even turn the emitter down where the emitter is only emitting one photon at a time. And what you get are these bands of light. Some are dark and some are not as intense. And this would indicate that light is a wave. So in other words, you can imagine some waves adding to one another and some waves colliding together and becoming destructive. And that would lead to either an intense light or a less intense light. So this experiment seemed to prove that light is in fact a wave.
So this is the beauty of David's information. David is definitely the Tesla of our time. And, you know, he went to, you know, some laboratories, Edison's laboratory when he was a little boy. And after that, he told his father that he wanted to be a scientist like Edison. And I think, you know, Tesla, very, very advanced technology. This is where David Schmidt is. So this is the beauty of, you know, having David as the inventor of LifeWave. And I've had him on half a dozen or more shows. And we've talked about a lot of these technologies over time. He's brilliant. I've been to his laboratory. It is Tesla level information, guys. So definitely one of those things that, like I was saying in the beginning, you know, they want to restrict, but this information is coming out. Now, I've unfortunately had a lot of my information over time been restricted, my channel's taken down. Even to this day, I get massive attacks when I share this information. People come in and try and inhibit the information, try and attack me and the people that I'm sharing this information with. So it is obviously trying to be restricted still. But this is amazing. This is coming out. This will continue to come out. And this is a magnificent time to be sharing, to be alive, and to see this information come out on this level.
Then, of course, in the 1860s, you have James Clerk Maxwell. And he's known for Maxwell's equations. These are 4 equations that link electricity and magnetism. And one of the important things about the discovery that Maxwell made was that electromagnetism was self-propagating. What that meant was that you had an electric part, a magnetic part, and an electromagnetic wave would oscillate between these two. Now, he wanted to know at what speed does an electromagnetic wave propagate, and he calculated it to be the speed of light. So he reasoned that light must be an electromagnetic wave. So this seemed to settle any argument about what light is. Light is an electromagnetic wave. Then you have Albert Einstein. Now, we, of course, usually recognize Einstein for the theory of relativity, but in fact, he won his Nobel Prize for his discovery of the photoelectric effect. And what was important about this is that photoelectric effect is that if you take a piece of metal and you shine a light on it, you'll get electrons coming off. But what was found was that the emission of electrons from the metal would depend on the wavelength or the frequency of light. In other words, you could shine a red light on the metal and not get any electron emission, but then you could shine a blue light on it, and now we got electron emission. So that means that light is behaving more like a particle. So this was later renamed photons. So you can see the inherent problem here. We have experiments that are showing that light is a wave. And then you have experiments that are showing that light is a particle. So which is it? I thought we just proved that light was a wave. So is it a particle or a wave? And you can imagine now when people are skeptical about things, this is something that you can point to. Something as simple as light that we live with every day. The greatest minds, the greatest scientific minds in history didn't know exactly what it is. Then you have Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize winner, brilliant guy, between around 1940 and 1953, along with these other scientists, they come up with quantum electrodynamics. And quantum electrodynamics, what's really interesting about it is that it's the most precisely measured and tested area of physics. In other words, the calculations, the formulas that are used in QED have been shown to have an accuracy out to 12 decimal places. So this is not speculative. And in QED, light is thought of as a quantum object, meaning it is neither a particle or a wave. Photons can behave like a wave, or photons can behave like a particle, but they're actually neither. If you have photons being emitted from a source like the sun, in quantum electrodynamics, it would be said that that photon can take any path possible. And the photon is measured by its disturbance or excitation of space. But it usually will travel in a straight line in accordance with classical physics. But we want to think of photons as not being like these little balls, but rather these objects that show up in space. And that's important because it has everything to do with the X2O system. So that's a little bit of background, but you're probably wondering, what does any of this have to do with X2O? So now let's go ahead. There we go. Let's go ahead and talk about this now. We're going to fast forward to 2008 to Dr. Luc